Okay, all right. Are we live? All right. So I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9:05. I will confirm that we have quorum, and we have one counselor or committee member who has a pecuniary interest, and I will read a short email from that counselor. This is Counselor Mazan. After consulting with the Integrity Commissioner, Counselor Mazan is declaring a deemed pecuniary interest indirectly through activities of a family member. So she will not be attending this meeting. So we have 9 out of 10 are present today. I also confirm that we have the CAO, and I know our Director of Development Services Environmental Sustainability is here, and other staff members as well, including the all-important Mr. Robert Kennedy. The public agenda was invited through the email, we had a public agenda that was published, and input was solicited through email and various other ways through the web, and I know we've got quite a bit of that. Today's meeting, as we all know, is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in this open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have no supplementary agenda, and I've already gone through the pecuniary interests. This township has been considering and talking about short-term rentals for a long time. And if I have it correct, David, I think it goes back as far as 2016. It presents both opportunities and challenges to our township, and clearly it's of great interest to many of our constituents, as exhibited by the number of people here today. And I think there is probably many more online. It could be a long day, but we will try to get through it as efficiently as possible and make sure that everybody who wants to is able to say something. This meeting is for us to listen. We want to hear your input and your comments, and I'll have a few more comments about that after Mr. Kennedy starts. Mr. Kennedy is going to talk to us about the process that got us to here. It's important to remember that committee and council is considering short-term rentals. We have not made the decision yet. And what you see before you is a draft bylaw that we put in all the things that we thought might be important. What our final bylaw will be very dependent upon what we hear from you today. It will be, I think we all know this is going to be a challenging decision for us to get it right. And the more we hear from you, the better the chances that we will get a good short-term rental licensing bylaw in place if that's what we choose to do. We will start with Mr. Kennedy, who's going to tell us how we got here and take us through the main highlights of the short-term rentals. Then I will open up and we will start going through comments from you. Mr. Kennedy, over to you. I think you're going to stay where you are so that you're not standing in front of the people here.
Full presentation, please. Yeah, please. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, everybody in attendance in person and everybody online as well. This morning, as Chair Bosworth has discussed, we are going to talk about the second version of the short-term rental licensing bylaw that we have put forward. This will be a public meeting for comments. Next slide, please. So just so everybody knows where we are in the process at this point, we are on the public meeting, of course. I will go through the next steps at the end of the presentation. Up until this point, if we go next slide, please. Up until this point, we have had numerous committee discussions throughout the years. As it's already been told, this is first done in 2016. At that point, that's where the Resident Code of Conduct was created. And then this was brought back on the table in 2022. And from there through the year of 2023, we completed a public survey in the summer of 2023 with 488 responses. From that, we had 2 public open house meetings, One was in person, one was virtual. It was attended roughly, each one was attended by about 100 people, which was a decent turnout, I would say. And we gained a lot of feedback and a lot of comments through those. Following the most recent committee meeting on October 12th of 2023, some committee recommendations were made. And therefore, now we see that the second draft being presented today for a potential short-term rental accommodation licensing bylaw. Next slide. A few highlights of what's in the draft bylaw. One, with the application requirements you'll see on the screen. These are not all of the application requirements, but these are some of the points that you will see in the draft bylaw. A lot of these are very common when you look at draft bylaw, or excuse me, short-term rental licensing bylaws throughout Ontario and frankly the world. A couple of them being a responsible person, and what that means is it would be someone, say it would be like a security company or a property management company that would be within your application. They would have to be at a property within 1 hour of a complaint being made. So for example, if there's a complaint made at midnight when staff aren't on, someone calls in, there would be a requirement for that responsible person to attend the property and deal with the complaint within 1 hour of being notified. Couple other things, photos of the front of the short-term rental, the entrance to the laneway, and this is a bit unique in Muskoka because we have so many private roads. We also want to see a photo of the private road in which the short-term rental would be situated on. Proof of insurance, a site map, identifying all building structures, parking areas, landscaping features, etc. Floor plans depicting each room and its intended use, the occupancy limit, a fire safety plan, sewage disposal, maintenance records, and all advertising methods that would be used to advertise said short-term rental. Next slide. Another one with the information package. This would be something that each renter group would be required to have when they start renting one of the short-term rentals in the township. And this is geared to give that basic information to the renters that may not understand things like boating safety and on-water and in-water safety. Instructions on waste disposal. They may not know that waste disposal is much different than, say, the city of Toronto. A schedule of common offenses that may happen, like noise, fireworks, parking, etc., burning. Give a copy of the approved floor plan, instructions on 911 emergency systems, and where the closest hospital is and the directions that it would take you to get to said hospital. Next slide. Licenses at this point in this draft bylaw will be 2-year licenses. There will be a demerit point system that would be utilized to track contraventions on each premise. Operators will have the ability to appeal suspensions if it ever does get to that point. There is one exception of if there is an immediate health and safety issue, your license would be suspended and there would be no opportunity for appeal. Appeals would be heard by a council that would be, by a committee appointed by council. That is a bit of a typo on that, sorry. Contraventions could result in administrative monetary penalties. If no one, if people don't understand what that is, I suggest take a look at our website on our administrative monetary penalty system bylaw. We do have a dedicated webpage to that bylaw as well that you can take a look at. But those could be implemented and assessed on a property along with demerit points. In the last bit, code of conduct would be signed and acknowledged by each rental group. Next slide, please. Excuse me. In this bylaw, the draft property owners, and this is a committee recommendation, that property owners who rent out their property for 14 days or less would not be considered a short-term rental in this township. There would be a maximum of 50% of days permitted for rentals in the summer months and another 50 during the fall, winter, and spring months. And in the summer months, there would be a minimum of 7 nights per stay and a minimum of 3 nights per stay in the fall, winter, and spring months. Total of 15 demerit points will result in a license being suspended. And prior contraventions before the inception of a bylaw would be taken into consideration when applications are submitted. So if there has been a problem at a short-term rental already, we will certainly take those occurrences into consideration when issuing a license, and there possibly could be demerit points added onto a license even before they get their first license. Next slide. This slide is, I want to say that we aren't doing this all manually. And I think that has been, I've seen a lot of comments come in that, how are you guys going to track this? How are you guys going to monitor this? We are not going to be doing this all by ourselves. There is monitoring software out there. There's a couple different companies that do this type of thing. So this slide shows what types of modules that we could purchase in order to better regulate and better monitor short-term rentals within the township. Of note, obviously the address identification would be a big one. With there, again, being a lot of private roads and a lot of different unit numbers, that would be quite difficult for us to ascertain by ourselves which properties would be short-term rentals in the exact address. So there is software out there that would identify each address and each short-term rental within this township. And another highlight is the 24/7 hotline. So when people call at this point at midnight, or they submit a report of concern on the website, of course, we are not on shift in the early hours of the morning, but this 24/7 hotline would cover that. You'd be able to call that number, and that is where that responsible person I was talking about before would kick in. That 24/7 hotline, you would speak to someone, they would send it out to a responsible person. That person would then have to deal with the complaint within that 1 hour. So that is essentially how that hotline would work. Next slide, please. And just to finish on our next steps, the recommendation today is to bring the report that is online to Planning Committee summarizing public comments in the updated draft bylaw pending any changes, and then a consideration of additional public meetings if necessary, or a final bylaw approval by Planning Committee and Council at a future date. If a bylaw is approved, we would start the implementation of the software program that we would utilize, the creation of a web page and application for licensing, and obviously we would do some communications and educational efforts to better educate the public on what this means going forward. If we could pull up the map, please. So this is a map from March of 2023, and all of the markings that you see on that map, of course, the shaded area is the boundaries of the township of Muskoka Lakes. All of these dots are at least at March of 2023, these were current short-term rentals within the township. So as seen above, there's 980 listings for 801 unique rental units. So at that point, we had 801 short-term rentals within this township. Based on research that I have completed and staff have completed, we do have one of the highest number of short-term rentals within a municipality in Ontario, based on the actual geographic area and population. So we do have quite a lot compared to other municipalities that have short-term rental licensing bylaws in place already. And if we could then put up the financial model, please. Down to the financial section, please. And as a reminder, this was done at the October 12th, 2023 committee meeting. This is just a snapshot of the financial model that was done at that time to show the different costs and the revenue that we would see through a licensing program if implemented. Now, I will say that some of these numbers are going to be quite variable with fines and whatnot. That is totally variable. It depends on how many situations and how many complaints we get and what action staff would take if we did have a contravention. So there are some variable numbers, but this gives a snapshot of what financials would look like if implementing a licensing program. And at that, I will turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. I was wondering if you could perhaps address the rationale. I think there's a page about 5 pages back where had the key attributes of the short-term rentals. So the 15-day or 14-day and under, the 50%. If you could just perhaps address the thinking about what objective we're trying to achieve by putting those restrictions in or those attributes in.
Through the chair, the objective at the time of the October meeting is for the 50% of days allowed to be rented. The main concern that we see is the loss of community character. So a lot of times we will see day rentals or weekend rentals every single weekend in the summertime. And the community through the survey and comments that we had received before that had identified that that was one of the main concerns that they had seen is just the constant turnover of guests, not knowing who is going to be there at any point in time. And essentially, and I'm not saying everybody was in this boat, but there were certainly a few that would allow parties to happen every single weekend. And we would constantly be going back to a single property dealing with those issues. So that was one of the main concerns. And that was one of the main reasons why committee decided to include the 50%. And as far as the 7 nights per stay, again, kind of this along the same lines, with that is essentially to prevent the 1-night stays or the weekend stays where we had been given comment back that, that was the main concern with a lot of residents in the township that don't operate short-term rentals is that, people are coming up here for a weekend. They don't necessarily care about what they're going to do. And they don't care about what the impact on the neighbors is going to be. They're here for a weekend and then they're gone. And, there really is no repercussion at that point if we don't get to see them. So that is kind of the rationale of why those are put in.
The exemption for under 14 days and under?
The 14 days, that was put in as we, again, had received a lot of comments for a lot of people that they rent for just simply 2 weeks a year to cover their taxes or cover other operating costs for their cottage. So that was included to exempt those people that only rent for a couple weeks of the year rather than renting out for 365 days a year. So that's about all I can say to that.
Thank you very much. Very well. I'm now going to open it up to all of you here to be able to talk to council. A couple of guidance when you come, please come up to the podium. We're going to do in-room, online, in-room, online. And from here, we will start on that side of the room and move across to over here. This is not a forum for complaining about short-term rentals next door or on your lake. We know about those. What we want is your thoughts about what you think about this short-term rental license bylaw that we've proposed, what elements you like, what elements you don't like, alternatives, and any suggestions you have about how it could be improved or changed. And as we just went through, those key elements are what we're particularly interested in. But of course, anything that's in that bylaw, we want to hear how you feel about that. When you come to the podium, we would like your name and address. We'd also like to know what you are. Are you an owner of a short-term rental? Are you a person who has used short-term rentals? Are you an agency that's in the business of managing rentals in the property, or are you just an interested party who is concerned about short-term rentals in general? Although we're not here to complain about your neighbor. If your experience with respect to short-term license is welcome to be heard, because that helps formulate your opinions and your suggestions and questions. I will give councillors a minute or committee members rather an opportunity to ask anybody questions. I would also ask that if somebody else has made your point, please don't repeat it. Just say, here's a couple of points I've made. They've already been made. We have obviously a lot of people, so duplication, we'll just try to keep that to a minimum, and I will do my best to be fair on all of that. Finally, we need to be respectful to everybody, to each other, to our neighbors, and to this committee. And if we don't follow that rules, well, I will have to let you know. So with that, let's start in the room, and we'll start on. I'll work through, a third of the way in the first row, and then the second row and the third row. So is there anybody in the third row, let's say up to the middle of the podium, and perhaps Miss Jane might want to be the first one. If you're going to sit in the front row and be on the left and my left, then away you go. If you can start, and everybody has 5 minutes, and we will keep them to that. So thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, Mayor, councillors, Rob, David, everybody here. I'm Jane from Jane's Luxury Rentals. We've operated over 3,000 rentals in the last 9 years. I'm very happy to have 3 of my full-time staff here with us. The business has grown quite big, and we employ about 20 full-time staff at this time and over 75 in the summer. In the 9 years of my business, I've had 1 bylaw complaint about noise in Lake Bays. And that renter has since bought a cottage on Lake Joe and continues to have noise complaints. From my conversations with bylaw officers in all the regions that I operate, which is around Muskoka, I am talking to ones in Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, Huntsville, Lake Cabace, Seguin, and they often say that when you get to a property on a noise complaint, it is as often the owner as it is the renter. Every summer, it's always great when my staff receive complaints about one of my properties being for rent, and there's a big party there, and we go and look at the property and we say, the owners are there. This happens every summer. So anyways, you really do want to say that, noise complaints can be anybody, and that I've had 1 noise complaint, and that now as an owner. The other thing I really want to make everybody understand is cottage rental agencies such as mine, we are licensed under the Travel Act. We are registered travel agents to provide travel services and accommodations for our guests. Our guests rely on us to be balanced in the industry, and that means providing them a safe spot and working with the owners, the community, and the neighbors to provide good accommodations that helps all stakeholders in this industry. And as a licensed travel agent under the province of Ontario, I'm disappointed that the municipality doesn't recognize us as being able to provide responsible rentals, and is subjecting our owners, who have been great owners for many, many years, and we have been operating great rentals, and why, the fact that we should be subject to a licensing regime. I would ask that consideration be given to cottage rental agencies who are licensed by the province of Ontario under the Travel Act, be given exemptions or some sort of special treatment with this type of system. Let's see what else I have to say. I also want to say that we all know that some resorts and smaller hotels have not been able to survive because everybody wants to experience cottaging. Everybody wants to have a cottage and a private dock. And, I believe that if we are attracting the right guests by the type of professional business we do, everybody deserves the right to be able to be on a dock and enjoy it. every time one of my owners says that I'm not going to be subject to this licensing regime because of the fee or because of all the onerous tasks that they need to do and being subject to this fines that they could be subject to, that cottage is going to be taken out of inventory. And every dollar that somebody spends on accommodations, $2 is spent locally. So it's on gas, restaurants, boats, etc. So it's going to have a direct impact. Many cottage rental and resorts now have turned into cottage rentals, and we will have a direct impact on the economy. And I'm worried about my staff and that type of thing when we're going to have a tightening of inventory in cottage country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? Councillor Zabitz.
Thank you, and through you to Jane. Welcome. How many out of your 9 years of rental, how many of your owners have you dismissed from your program? How many people, I guess where I'm going is, how many people just won't adhere to the strict rules and you know, you're sort of the baseline model.
Mm-hmm.
How many has that happened?
No, really hasn't happened because we don't take on cottages that are saying interior bedrooms or windows and stuff like that. Without a window in a bedroom is a bedroom. So we want to make sure we're operating a safe spot. We also, if there's 7 bedrooms in the cottage, we will say that it does have space for 14, assuming the septic is all right. The thing is, though, we would never rent to 14 people. So we would rent to 10. And then we would say at some times, because many of our guests that are renting are families, and at some point of that 2-week or 3-week rental, they may bring up and have a couple nights where they're full. But we do not ever rent to capacity. Another thing I wanted to bring up was the 50-50 rule. And I'm different than some of the others in this room. And I am okay with your 50-50 rule. I do believe that if I was a neighbor, I also wouldn't like renters in and out 3 days or 7 days all summer long. The only thing, though, is it is between, I do believe that it's too much to have. So in the summer is 10 weeks. I think that it's okay if you rent between 8 of those 10 weeks, because really between May and September is 16 weeks. So really you are able to rent 8 of the 10 weeks in the summer. There's no demand before Canada Day. The demand in that time period, I believe, should be a 2 or 3 day rental, because there's so few rentals during that time. I doubt there has been very many complaints during that time. And I do believe that there should be rentals during that time just because of the impact on the economy, and also the fact that I can get my staff to start in May instead of having my staff start in July.
Any other questions from committee? Thank you. Very well. Thank you very much. Next in the first row. Welcome.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I'm not accustomed to doing this, so bear with me.
Can we start with your name and address and your relationship with short-term rentals?
My name is Earl Gardner, and I've owned or been at a cottage on Lake Rosso for 64 years. I have been renting our cottage for the last 10 quite successfully, and we advertise on VRBO, and we're pretty much busy all summer long, and we've been doing it quite well. We have 45 5-star reviews on VRBO. We have not had a single complaint in all our 10 years of doing this. We have offered experiences to people who typically come from all over the world, mostly from Southern Ontario. I've had people come back many times, repeat business. They create memories that they last them a lifetime, quite literally. It's been a great thing. It's allowed me to hold on to the family cottage, which I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, and retire up to Lake Rosso, where I loved and had a passion all my life. Worst thing in the world would be have to leave. Reviewed the suggestions about the new bylaws and don't always like them all, but I can get along with most of them. Safety makes a lot of sense. Cleanliness makes a lot of sense. There's noise issues. I think they should be able to control those. The one problem that I do have is the 50% issue. You know, economically, it's going to have a dramatic impact. And the reason for it being, as was pointed out earlier, is because of the weekend party rentals. And, you know, I've learned myself that the people who rent cottages, and I rent for a minimum of a week, usually 1, 2, 4 weeks, whatever the case may be. But I always rent to families. And not because I only will rent to families, but because it's only families that will pay that kind of money to go and spend time. You won't pay $1,000 to bring your friends up to a cottage for a party, but you'll spend that money on your children, your grandparents, and etc. So to make a 50% rule to stop weekend parties is ridiculous. And as well as a cottage owner, I don't want bachelor parties at my cottage. My cottage is very important to me. And the last thing I want is a crazy party going on there. I can much rather prefer to have a family come up with their 2 or 3 children that are all about watching the kids in the water and going for fishing and what have you. And the whole 50% rule, it's like you're taking a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito here. There's really no issue about parties if you're renting by the week or longer. Another point that struck me is that you want to have a time period from May 26th to September 2nd. Well, I know that in June, there's no demand. There's very little demand. It starts to go up, but the demand is, you know, a small percentage of what it is in July and August. And by putting that May 24th weekend to July 1st period in there, you're basically going to kill any rentals in that time period. Because everybody will say, well, I'll take my weeks and I'll shift them to July and August, where I can get 3-4 times the rate that I get in June. And thus, you will basically kill all tourism for cottage rentals in June because they'll use July and August. My guests come out. I have like 3 or 4 guests that I refer to SWS Marina every summer who go and rent a boat for $2,000-3,000+ a week. I have a lot of guests that say, I'm on holidays. I'm not cooking. Off they go to all the restaurants. They come up and they say, well, do you have life jackets? I say, yeah, I have life jackets, but I don't know what size your kids are or you are. I said, if you want a jacket that fits, go into Port Carling and buy one. Off they go to the stores and buy life jackets. The amount of money that is generated through tourism, just to my one cottage, it's a huge amount of money.
You're coming up to your 5 minutes.
All right, I could go on for another half an hour. I'll leave it
All
at that. Any questions?
Could you give us your address? We got your name, but we need your address as well.
150 Fairley Park Road, Municipal Island, Lake Rosso.
Thank you very much. Committee, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is William Stewart. I have a cottage on Acton Island, Lake Muskoka. I wanted to
Your address, please.
1050 Apiary Road.
Okay.
I wanted to thank Rob for your presentation. I thought it was great. And thanks for the committee for all the hard work you've done on this really thorny issue. Much appreciated. I first came to Muskoka 50 years ago, renters on Lake Muskoka. We've been to Cleveland's house, and 11 years ago, we bought our own property. And I think that part of the presentation that really hits the nail on the head for me is the loss of community, the sense of community in our neighborhood due to the not knowing who's going to be at the short-term rental from weekend to weekend. So that's my point that I'd like to make. I think that's a very valid one for me. So once again, thanks very much for your hard work on this project.
Thank you very much. We will go to the second row, starting on the left-hand side. The first one in, who wants to speak? Going across, anybody? All right, Mr. McNair.
Morning, my name's Sandy McNair. We've had a cottage on Lake Muskoka, 2 cottages on Lake Muskoka for 44 years. And my other address is 353 here Ontario Street, Collingwood, L9Y 2M5. Thank you for this opportunity. The STRA bylaw is intended to provide the bylaw enforcement officers with stronger tools and incentives to prevent undesirable behavior and better protect the environment. Before I share more detailed suggestions, let's review the exclusions. All of the provisions of this bylaw and the code of conduct do not apply to each of these 4 categories. Any or all of the 8,000 property owners and their short-term stay tenants who rent for a total of less than 14 nights between Victoria Day and Labor Day. That could be 14 Saturday night only rentals, potentially every weekend from May 24 to mid-September. The second category that not included, any of the owners, their families and friends who use a short-term rental license property during the not rented half of each season. And number 3, any of the 8,000 properties with or without the property owner being on site. In the fourth category, any of the 8,000 property owners who rent to tenants for a minimum of 1 month. In summary, out of the more than 8,000 properties in TML, staff anticipate this bylaw will initially apply to about 200 properties, less than half of the time. These exclusions suggest that even if brilliantly communicated, implemented, and enforced, this bylaw may fall well short of desired outcomes. For starters, proving a negative is very difficult. How would a bylaw officer prove that the person standing in front of them does not belong to one of these 4 does not apply categories? How would anyone prove to the bylaw officer standing in front of them that they don't need a license? A review of the complaint data reveals that noise complaints have declined from 38 in 2021 to 14 in 2023, and that STR complaints have climbed from 11 in 2021 to 24 in 2023. TML staff have previously reported that 90% of complaints do not result in violations. The noise bylaw does not apply between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. And oddly, TML does not have a littering bylaw. So it should be no surprise that complaints rarely result in violations. Going forward, it would be prudent to identify and track performance metrics that will enable monitoring and refinement of this and all related bylaws. Looking at the STR bylaw through an environment first lens, here are 4 specific suggestions. 1, occupancy limit. Persons 12 years old and younger need to be included in the count. They eat, flush toilets, and brush their teeth. Compare a 3-bedroom cottage with 2 grandparents, 2 parents, and 2 children with a 3-bedroom cottage with 3 couples and an infinite number of children 12 years old and younger. Which scenario is more likely to generate undesirable outcomes for the environment and the community? Additionally, sofas and pullouts should be excluded from the bedroom count. Fires, campfires, other open and wood fires, fireworks, and sparklers should not be permitted ever. The consequences of a forest fire are massive and last more than a century. Climate change is escalating the risk and consequences of forest fires. Banning open wood fires is a small step to mitigate risk. Fire complaints outnumbered STR complaints in 2023 at 29. Wildlife, never feed anything to any wild animals ever. It's important that our wild animals stay wild. Pets, a no pet policy is prudent and appropriate. Doing so removes a string of risks: noise, trespass, fear, waste, damage. There is no consistent definition of well-trained. When pets interact with wildlife, there is rarely a good outcome for either. Dog complaints outnumbered all other behavioral complaints in 2023 at 36. Here are 4 suggestions to improve clarity. Victoria Day and Labor Day weekends. The use of the phrase Friday preceding the Victoria Day long weekend is open to 2 interpretations. Which is intended? Is it the Friday of the long weekend or the Friday of the weekend before the long weekend? Precision is required, especially because one of these Fridays is used to establish the date of these seasonal calculations.
We're coming up to your 5 minutes.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair.
What happens with the calculation results in 6.5 or 7 weeks being allowed? What is the allowed maximum? Roll up or down? Short-term application requirements. Some of the documents required in the short-term applications appear overly vague, confusing, and onerous. Is a title search required, or would a property tax bill be sufficient?
Mr. McNair, perhaps you could send your other suggestions in by email, because we've come up to your 5 minutes.
Okay. You notice she gave Jane quite a bit more than 5.
She was answering questions.
Do you have any questions for me?
Committee, any questions of Mr. McNair? Very well. Thank you very much. But please submit your comments in to committee. So I've been reminded I wasn't following the rules they said at the beginning, and we've had 3 speakers from the room. We're now going to have 3 speakers from Zoom. So if we could bring up the first one. If anybody has spoken and doesn't need to stay, I would encourage you to move. We have about 40 people in the room downstairs, and it would be nice to allow them the chance to get up here. So if those who need to go, feel free to go. All right, do we have a Zoom attendee coming up there?
Okay, I think that might be me. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your name, address, and what sort of relationship you have with short-term rentals.
Great. Yeah, so Jacob Dinsmore, thank you for having me today. We are at 1335 Moon River Road, and we made an investment in the property to own it on a longer-term basis as well as rent it out on a short-term basis. So we run it through Airbnb, which has been quite successful. Okay.
Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we wanted to highlight a few things. I think the first is the economic impact, which has been spoken to a little bit already, specifically by Jane and some of the other speakers that have come in. But I just want to reiterate the same viewpoint. So we made an investment in the community as we adore the area. We made that investment with the ability to supplement our dream. We do have 3 young kids, 3, 5, and 8. That our intent is to, keep that property in the family and pass that on to our children eventually as they grow older. But that ability becomes significantly hampered with the introduction of these regulations, and I think there's a few reasons that drive that. I do think that the introduction of this bylaw will have a substantial impact on pricing of existing homes, which obviously the main focus of this being defending the existing community and the homeowners there. I think that would be an indirect negative implication coming out of this. Although maybe not as foreseeable or as direct. I think naturally some of the existing 900 owners that were mentioned are not going to be able to comply with some of the regulations. Maybe their financial position changes and it forced them to sell, which inevitably is going to drive down prices. So at the same time, we are headed into a period of economic decline, which for us, we have seen a reduction in the number of bookings that we've taken up for 2024. And with that, again, further introducing regulations that reduce the potential amount of supply for these rental cottages, again, is going to have negative longer-term implications. So just speaking to the intent of the bylaw itself, I understand there was 2 points raised. One was regarding the weekend rentals and people maybe not being respectful, or there being potential issues with those individuals who are coming in for a shorter term basis. And I think a few points were raised to kind of counter that argument, which is that an existing homeowner can have the same issues as a renter that's coming in. At the same time, there was a comment about parties and the municipality having to go back and consistently address those issues with the homeowner. So again, I would just reiterate that that can happen with a short-term rental. It can happen with an existing homeowner. I don't particularly see the difference. I'm sure you guys have the data to back that up, but I'd be curious to see that. But anyway, I think that's the main point. Just speaking as well to two specific points within the regulation. One is the 7-day minimum, and the other is the 50% aggregate minimum days rented. Again, I think there's a few areas that have been raised that address this, but the 7-day minimum, I think it's ignoring a big part of the economic contribution that comes into the community. So, the stat was given earlier, but $2 for every $1 rented is contributed back to the local economy. And, as the number of short-term rental accommodations inevitably reduces, that's going to reduce the economic impact that it has back to the community. Similarly, as you move into the winter periods with the 50% minimum and within the summer for the 50% minimum, there's going to be less people in the community. And as a result, that's going to directly impact local businesses, which moving into a period of economic decline is a very difficult pill for those local businesses to swallow. So I understand the intent of trying to reduce the, if you want to call it disturbance to local homeowners, which I am all for. We have not had any noise complaints during the period that we've been renting our home. And we, continue to monitor and diligently screen our guests as they come through. So I think there's other ways that this can be addressed to accommodate both the economic impact to the community, the impact it will have on property valuations, the impact it has on local businesses, and also the impact that it has on people's ability to enjoy the area. It's a absolutely gorgeous area that people should have the ability to enjoy. And, the introduction of these regulations, I think, is contrary to that ability.
You're good. Thank you very much. You're coming up to your 5 minutes. If you, well,
I would just make one last comment. I do not see the point. There was a point made earlier about applying potentially a special exemption to licensed vacation rental agencies. I don't really see the benefit of that. You're basically creating a monopoly where homeowners would have to go through that agency in order to govern the short-term rental accommodations, which just again seems to be contrary to what our overall governing system in Canada is and supply and demand.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Very good. The next, any questions from committee? Perhaps I can suggest we'll hold the applause till the end of till the break and but all right, if we could have the next Zoom participant, we're going to try to keep this organized or respectful here. That's what is respectful, but I just listen to what everybody has to say. The next one up. Yes, please go ahead. Name, address, and your relationship with short-term rentals.
Sure. My name is Dawson Curry. Address is 1125 Trafalgar Bay Road in Bala. I'm an interested party, I guess you could say, on multiple counts, one being a waterfront owner. I'm the president of the Moon River Properties Owners Association, although I'm not here in that capacity today. I want to make sure that that element is clear. Yeah, so I'll be brief. There's been some great points brought up that I don't feel need repeating. The point that I want to make sure I address and where my concerns lie is specific to the restrictions on days and imposing restrictions on property owners' choice to rent. I am in favor of a version of a short-term rental oversight and legislation. I think that that's necessary. I think the ability to monitor environmental impact, the ability to monitor noise, et cetera. All of those things have validity and I think will be a benefit to the community. However, my opinion and what I want to make sure I address here today is legislation is intended for oversight and regulation, not restriction. And I think that's where the current draft does overstep in saying you can rent these days and you can't rent those days. I understand the community aspect and the points that have been raised, the partying aspect and the points that have been raised. My comments to those would be that's the intent of your demerit system, which I'm in favor of. I think that's a great way to manage and provide that level of oversight. I'm not sure if council has followed any of the legal battles of Tiny Township and what they're dealing with their short-term rental restrictions that have been imposed. If not, I would encourage you to take a look because there are elements here that I think have some commonalities that I think are valid. Other than that, the other points have been covered. I appreciate council's time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? Seeing none, we will go to the next Zoom and then we'll be back. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Roberts. Thank you for the catch.
Thank you, Chair. May I direct a question to staff based on the previous presenters' questions?
Yep.
Thank you. So my question is to Mr. Kennedy. I understand you're pretty on top of the Tiny Township challenge. So I would like to have your opinion on what's happening there. And also, are there any other challenges throughout Ontario similar to the one that Tiny has or on short-term rentals? Thank you. Is that not allowed?
Well, we are trying to hear from the public and we have a lot of people. I suggest perhaps if you could save that question when we get to another meeting where we're actually debating it. So if we could bring on the next Zoom. All right. Yeah, I think we do. Mr. Kennedy, I hope we didn't lose you. Right here. Oh, sorry. Right here. Of course. You found him. Yes, please, Mr. Kennedy. I saw a uniform. That's all I saw.
Through the chair, in regards to Tiny, I'm actually good friends with the chief in that municipality, Steve Harvey. We've had numerous discussions in regards to their challenges. Last I spoke to him, I believe there's a couple coalitions or associations that have formed after that licensing bylaw was created. I'm not overly aware of where the process is in regards to that. I know they had a couple challenges with the zoning aspect because they put forward zoning changes to that. And to be quite clear, like under zoning and planning, that is a very, very different process than what we are doing here. We are not implementing any restrictions through the zoning bylaw. So there is no Planning Act processes in this portion. So I think that's where the main concern is actually through like official appeals through the Ontario Land Tribunal. As far as the regulatory bylaw itself, I'm not aware of any challenges or recent challenges or appeals that have been brought forward to the Ontario Court of Justice in Tiny. It's more just the zoning aspects, which we are not doing in this township.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? Let's go to the next Zoom, and that'll be Zoom number 3.
Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, we can. Yep, and we can see you.
Okay. My name is Jessica Rosen, and I'm from 1034 Quinn Road in Utterson. So I own a farm in Muskoka near 3 Mile Lake, but I'm not on the lake. The farmhouse sits on 42 acres of land zoned as RU1. And I rent my farm on Airbnb for about 40 nights of each year. So this proposed change would affect me greatly. The 40 nights might not seem like much, but with that money, I've been able to fix a gable wall of my 120-year-old barn that collapsed in a storm, keep up with mortgage payments while on maternity leave twice, and hire a plethora of tradespeople from Muskoka, like mowing, plowing, pest control, HVAC, electrical, cleaning, laundry, you name it. The 40 nights don't leave me rolling in cash, and I'm not a nameless, faceless Airbnb owner. I guess like the stereotype about them. And I don't disregard the enjoyment of other property owners. I've never had a complaint ever. And the money I earn from short-term renting goes towards upkeep at the farm. So through this venture, I feel like I've made a positive impact on my community in Muskoka. And the kinds of renters that I get are like workers and families for the most part, I think also because it's a farm. So I had like the people building the monopine towers in Port Carling, the tree-shaped cell phone towers, like summer camp supervisors, just people that are not your stereotypical partiers. And 7 nights is, I guess, like my big problem. And also I'm hoping for an exemption for like non-waterfront properties. 7 nights during the summer would often not have been appropriate. When I implemented a 3-day minimum in 2022/2023, I didn't have a single booking inquiry for 6 months. So at 7 nights, I would be dead in the water, 3 nights even. We're in a different economic climate that we were in during COVID. People are more cautious with their money. Interest rates are astronomical. And if people can only visit Muskoka for a week minimum, or stay at an expensive hotel, or own a really expensive cottage, perhaps they might not bring their tourist dollars here. Please consider a licensing exemption for non-lakefront water property types, or houses that have a certain setback from neighboring houses or structures. And please remove the minimum night stay for non-waterfront properties, because we wouldn't really be able to participate. I do understand the need for regulation, and some of the problems that have been noted are understandable. However, there are property owners like myself that deserve some advocacy as well. We don't rent enough to make an expensive license worth our while. And in regards to that 7-night number, it's just kind of curious how they jump from concerns about 1-night renters to 7-night minimum. Like that seems like a very big jump. And also the licensing fee I find quite high. It's $1,500 including the inspection right now. Who's to say it doesn't jump to $2,000 or $4,000, right? And at that point, you're not going to have as many people licensing. So your numbers in your pro forma that support paying for the enforcement officer and your vehicle, that whole calculation changes then if you have fewer licensees, right? So you need to maybe have a few different scenarios for saying like, how do we support the licensing enforcement if you have fewer people participating? And the other thing is there are a lot of property owners that can make thousands per night. I simply cannot command that much money being a non-waterfront. So for them, I know they got the exemption of 7 to 14 nights, but that's because they can make all the money that they need to cover taxes and utilities in 14 days. But someone like myself who's providing short-term options for just average people, it would take me many more nights to achieve those goals. So you can't just think about, let's say, the number of nights. You also have to think about like the revenues. And for some people, they need more money per night or they need more time, right? It's a different calculus. So yeah, that's kind of what I would say in a nutshell. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, and perfect timing. Any questions from committee? Thank you very much. That was most useful. We will come back to the community members in the room, and I think I got about halfway across in the second row. So let's move to the third row. Is anybody in the third row up to the middle? All right. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, good
Your name,
morning.
address, and your relationship with short-term rentals.
Jay Katzif, and I'm the president of Cottage Vacations. We're a short-term rental agency based in Huntsville. We manage about 350 properties all over cottage country, with about 50 properties in and around the Muskoka Lakes and growing. A lot to unpack here. So first, I want to make it clear that we are pro-licensing. I think licensing is important. I think it is a nice way to be able to regulate this industry and make sure that we're going after the bad behaving property owners and renters. I also want to make it clear that property owners who want to rent are not bad people, and that restrictions in this bylaw are far too restrictive. 801 listings does not mean that 801 properties are actually renting. A lot of people try to rent if they're able to achieve a certain dollar figure, and I think that that number is inflated. I think 3 days in the shoulder season will have a massive economic impact to this community. I think for 10 months of the year, we really only achieve 2-night rentals. I'm also a co-founder of CV Real Estate, a real estate agency helping people bootstrap their way to cottage ownership earlier by offsetting costs with rental income. A lot of our renters will rent in multiple municipalities before buying. It's a try before you buy program where they are able to rent in different areas, seeing what the community culture is like. By having strict anti-rental licensing, I think it will drive the real estate buyers to different municipalities. As a TICO licensed agency, I agree with Jane that there should be some form of exemption, reason being, and to Councillor Glenn Zavitz, to your point, not that we need to kick our owners off because we train our owners on how to be good hosts. We monitor and meet with other rental agencies across Ontario that manage about 3,000 properties to regulate the bad renters. When there's a bad renter that happens at one of our properties, they join our list and we exempt them from renting any of our properties. I also think that an onerous licensing will create a gaming of the system. And I think that by limiting to 3-night minimums, you are going to see people on Airbnb, VRBO, and other agencies with great marketing slogans of book 2 nights and get the 3rd night free. And I think we need to work together to create a sensible licensing system. That is all.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? Thank you. Thanks for your conciseness. Go back to Zoom. We got another participant from Zoom. That's much better. There we are.
Good
Looks
morning.
like good morning. We can hear and see you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate everyone's input and time this morning. I think there have been a lot of great comments made. I'm Suzanne
Could you
Duncan.
start with your name, address, and relationship with short-term rental, please?
Yes, Suzanne Duncan Simmons. We own 2 properties at 1026 and 1030 Maple Leaf Bay Road in Windermere. And we are owners. I'm representing my family, which has been in the area for, on this property for over 135 years. My great grandmother built the place, and I'm mostly looking to suggest a two-tiered system, or as some have mentioned, some further exemptions for certain owner renters. Our property can only be used in the season. It's not winterized. And to be clear, we live in one all summer long when our family's up, and we rent the smaller cottage. It's less than 1,600 square feet. We could rent to, 8 people. We limit it to 6. We are more than aware of good relationships with our neighbors. We want good renters for our own sake and our own enjoyment of Muskoka. And we have a 1-week minimum. We used to be 2 weeks, but that's become difficult to get. But then sometimes we are successful. We only rent to families, and I think that makes for better renter situations. We've never had a complaint. We ourselves excluded one set of renters about 10 years ago because we felt they were noisy and more party oriented, and it was sort of a bachelor kind of evening or event. And so I think that there's an ability for owners who really care about Muskoka to self-regulate. And there are some conditions that I think also, like the woman who has the farm, we don't rent our place for very much because it is so small. It's waterfront, but it doesn't command, tens of thousands of dollars a week. So I think that there's definitely an opportunity to look at a two-tiered system or further exemptions based on how long perhaps you've owned the place, having an owner essentially on site all summer, so that there can be, regulation of any bad behavior, looking at whether there's been a history of complaints, the size of the cottage, the number of tenants, and again, total seasonal rental revenues, which I think you could have a threshold. Otherwise, the regulations are pretty onerous. And as many have stated, it helps us defray some of the cost of having a Muskoka property. We live in the state, so traveling to get there and then managing the place with all the upkeep, it adds up. So being able to rent is really important to us, but also being able to continue to enjoy the Muskoka that we try to hold on to, which is the one of our great grandmother, not the one of the party, high end, kind of, different mindset, I guess I would say. So, I think that's essentially, what I had for my notes. And if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To Suzanne, I'm wondering, it's not the first time I've heard this. You've said very clearly we only rent to families, and I guess I'm wondering, how does one know when you make contact? How do you vet what might be a family of 5 guys for a party weekend? I mean, unless they're your regulars, are you? Thank you.
Yes, so good questions. Initially, when we're renting to someone new, I get on the phone and talk to them. I spend a lot of time chatting with them about things like, we're on a septic system. Are you familiar with how that works? We have neighbors that are, 20 meters away. Are you familiar with, good manners? I like to personally get a sense of the person we're renting to. And then, yes, the majority of our renters are repeat renters. And I think that's probably another metric, a little harder to predict, but that you could look at. We've had families that have been coming back to us for 10 years for, quote, their 2 weeks. They want the same 2 weeks every summer. And they're booking in October for the next year to make sure they get that. I think a lot of our renters also come to us by word of mouth. So we have a lot of great relationships with year-round residents in the village of Windermere, and they will contact me over the winter and say, hey, my cousin would like to come and stay, or my son, whatever it is. And we work that way.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right. We will come back to, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We come back to the in-person somewhere along the 3rd row there. Moving that way. Thank you very much. Good morning. Name, address, and relationship with
Morning.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Poole. I wasn't planning on speaking, but hearing some of the comments, they sort of touched me and opened my mind to some other thoughts that I'd like to bring forward. Yes, you certainly may. My name is Gary Poole. I live at 1030 Dock Road, Brackenridge Bay. We're celebrating our 80th year of paying taxes to Muskoka Lakes. And so I'm a valued member, I would think, and our taxes did go up considerably when I moved here. In fact, when I came back with a load of gravel yesterday, I noticed MPAC was in again because I just built a garage. So I guess they're going up again. So, Brackenridge Bay, it's funny, I love Muskoka. Obviously, I retired up here and made it our permanent home. And I'm so happy and I'm so appreciative of what you're doing here today. And it's a very difficult situation. I understand that, and there's a need, but I think you have to be very careful on how we do this. In Brackenridge Bay, I did my thesis, the carrying capacity of the bay, because I wanted to work up here in the summertime and I wanted to stay here. So there's 47 cottages in the bay, and that dates way back to many years when I did the thesis. Of those 47 cottages, there are 3 families still left in that bay, and I am one of them. And part of that is my grandfather rented to family and friends. My parents rented to family and friends, and we've rented to family and friends. And we have never had a complaint in 80 years. So I think you need to take that in consideration. I don't want to be penalized by this, but I do see a need. Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate your presentation. I am a little leery when you said we have the computer, and I'll show you, and that tool is made because I know people who promote them and sell them. I also know that the biggest complaint we've had in our bay has been one of the cottagers, generational cottagers, that have wild parties, motorcycle rides all night long. And when we call people, they never show up because we can't enforce it. And I realize that the area is growing. It's growing immensely. You're under financial restriction. I don't know how you feel you're going to be able to enforce things. Just because there's a computer and just because there's a technology program doesn't mean you have enforcement. And that's a very difficult thing. Yes, there are needs. I see that. There are needs with short-term rentals, like weekends. But then I also heard a great comment, I think it was Mr. Gardner, I'm not sure of his name, or someone before him, maybe it was Jane, about 3 days in the shoulder seasons. And I think we need to be respectful of people in the shoulder season. One of the biggest complaints I have, I love the area and I don't want to complain about anything, but I wish there were more places open that I could go and have breakfast in the morning instead of going to the old breakfast spot that used to be there. And now it's not, because it's all geared just to the summer. We need to build the infrastructure in this area throughout the year. So I think we need to take those things into consideration too. I don't want to be penalized. I mentioned that. I'm certainly have gone above and beyond in every possible requirement the town has asked us to do when we built new. But then when I hear that now we're going to have to get a license, we're going to have to do all of these things, I start to become very nervous. Not because I don't want to do anything that's going to damage Muskoka, but more importantly, I just don't want this to become a deterrent for people who may not take the initiative that I would take to try to battle something or come forward and talk about it. But that lady who was just on, that's the type of individual we have to be respectful for. I hope you're respectful for us and for many other families, I'm sure, in this area. Maybe a tiered type of plan is important. I didn't think the 2 days, or I thought the 2 days was something we should legislate until today. So I appreciate how you said, we're having this because we want to hear about it. In your opening comments, Mr. Chair, I was a little nervous at the very end. You said, well, when we bring this proposal forward, but then you clarified it. So thank you. It gave me the impression that your mind is open to. And that's what I think that we really need for everyone here. So you're doing it, and I appreciate that. So I think we need to.
You are coming up to your 5 minutes.
Okay. I better stop, because like that other gentleman, I could go on for hours, but please, let's be respectful. Let's consider a 2-tier, and I'll even put it out. If you need some, if I could help in any possible way, I'm retired, I have lots of experience, and I would be more than happy. But don't rush something through, and please don't feel the pressure that we have to do it right away and the computers will solve it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you, I know you weren't going to speak, but to put you on the point. So you're here as others are. You don't seem to want short-term rental. If I could put words in your mouth, if I might, and my point would be, my question is, if I could ask you, what is the number one reason why you would use the word, you said to us that you think there's going to be licensing, almost like a cautionary tale. What's the number one reason why you don't want a short-term rental licensing program in Muskoka Lakes?
Well, thank you for the question to help me clarify, because I didn't have notes. So that's, I would say the biggest thing is I'm concerned about us overloading bureaucracy, that we won't be able to deliver on something that we think we can deliver on. That worries me. I'm not opposed to it. I'll walk in mornings with friends from Milford Bay, and there are little cottages off the lake, and we know they have all kinds of parties going on. We need to work with them and help improve those situations. We are on the water, and we have never had that issue. As I've heard from Jane and other cottages, people value it and they won't do it. So there's so many considerations. So I guess my thing is, I'm not opposed to it, but what I'm saying is it's not an easy fix. And I know you've been doing it for many years, and I appreciate that. But realistically, I think this is COVID generated, because since COVID started, guess what's happened, right?
All right, thank you.
I hope that answers. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Can we get the next participant on Zoom, please? Oh, terrific. Already here. Good.
Ready to go. My name is Cheryl McMillan. We built our home at 1067 Scarcliffe Road, and we use STR to supplement an accessible grandpa suite for my disabled father-in-law who lives on the property. Our children are the 4th generation of McMillans to call Muskoka Lakes home. We value that Muskoka Lakes is not just a playground for those with old money, but it has opportunities for everyone who works hard. SDRs are one of the great equalizers that allow the other 98% to enjoy it here too. Muskoka's median income is below the provincial median. We're not all rich. While some of our esteemed council members may enjoy luxury living on Lake Rosso and Lake Muskoka waterfront, I caution the council they mustn't lose sight of the majority who can't. As a founding member of Legalized Tiny Houses and Homes in Muskoka, which now has 1,400 members, I'm an advocate for affordable housing. And I'm also someone who relies on STR income to support our family. Rather than being in conflict, an STR is what keeps housing affordable for many of us little guys. Indeed, we have periodically vacated our primary dwelling to make ends meet. We've been responsibly renting out our home for almost 8 years, serving countless guests, and we've never had a bylaw complaint brought against our property. We are okay with reasonable STR regulation, even if it will detract from our bottom line. But this proposed bylaw is not yet reasonable, and it must be corrected. Firstly, the arbitrary rule in Section 3.5A that summer bookings must be 7 days long is problematic for many reasons and does not guarantee an improvement in the quality of guests. 1. In nearly 8 years, less than 1% of our tourism bookings were longer than a week. Put another way, we've had it happen 3 times. Guests tell us that they have more money to spend in our region on attractions, restaurants, and retail because our STR was affordable. Your proposal would kill our business and kill our guests' spending. 2, full week bookings are incompatible with the work schedules of most tourists, especially when coordinating a group. Our quiet forested property caters often to extended family groups, golf groups, ladies' weekends, mini yoga retreats, and work crews, none of which are able to book for a whole week, and also none of which are hard partiers. 3, a 1-week rule completely cuts out guests who are simply traveling through the area and just want to spend a night. These guests never party. 4, construction crews, no matter which month of the year, typically book 4 nights or less per week. These guests are fantastic. They put less wear and tear on our properties while out working, and they tend to be very quiet guests at night. 5, requiring full week stays is an elitist idea that would exclude many parents with shared custody from spending vacation time with their children. It would exclude most employees who can't book off solid weeks, and it excludes small and medium-sized business owners who have busy summers to oversee. 6, weekly minimums would decimate the businesses of our highly valued cleaning staff who earn up to $50 an hour. Because of a high turnover cleaning rate with many short stays, our property alone generates around $15,000 in cleaning business every year. A 1-week rule would drop this to a few $100s. Please don't destroy the businesses of our local cleaners. Secondly, Section 3.4A that proposes a 50% occupancy cap is hugely discriminatory as it applies to no other hotels, B&Bs, or private homeowners. It will massively harm us and our local tourism partners and would cap the earnings of our local property manager we employ, who's available 24/7 for concerns. Further, STR permit fees should be tiered justly, not just be a one-size-fits-all payment. Here's the reality. People who rent their primary dwelling out are often struggling to remain housed. For primary dwellings, charge nothing or a mere $100 for licensing. But for those wealthy enough to own a second property, let them pay a much higher registration rate based on property value. I easily found one on Airbnb on Lake Rosso that rents over the July long weekend for $50,000. Therefore, even a $5,000 registration fee for Muskoka's large waterfront cottage rentals could easily be recouped by most owners in a single weekend rental. Council proposed this bylaw in response to some community fears, and some feels those fears were amplified by the survey that planted false ideas like STRs devalue properties, therefore require a bylaw to mitigate. However, an actual study on this, reported in Harvard Business Review, showed the truth. STRs increase overall property values. Interestingly, it found that the regulation of STRs resulted in a lowering of overall property values and a lowering of building permit revenues too. Hear me clearly. We do not need any new laws to manage parking, noise, or waste management as they relate to STRs. Rather, what we need in Muskoka Lakes are more bylaw enforcement officers who work all through the weekends to enforce the bylaws that already exist and to do so equitably among all properties. 3 officers is grossly insufficient.
Right.
Council
Thank you.
should...
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
But you've raised some excellent points, and I thank you for being so thoughtful about it. If you have others, please send them in through the email. All right, we will move to, any questions from committee of Ms. McMillan? Very well. We will move to the next person. How far along are we in the 3rd row there? All right, there we go. We have a volunteer.
Good morning. And, thank you.
Name, address, and relationship with short-term rentals.
So I'm here representing the 3 Mile Lake Association. I'm Christine. I'm the association president. Very quickly, we want to thank you for undergoing this procedure. I know it's long, it's lengthy, but we want to make sure that you persevere because there's a licensing issue and then there's all the exclusions. We see it as 2 different things, and we see the licensing issue as the most important issue on the table. Whether these exclusions have to be tweaked, that's going to be up to you and the input and how you maybe dial a few back that seem to be a little bit onerous for people. We're here to encourage you to please persevere because this is important. We're a small lake, 650 property owners. Small shorelines, we have a lot of problem with water quality. We're concerned about boating safety. We're also concerned about septics, obviously. And I realize we have bylaws for that, but the process is just a little bit tricky. And we think that licensing would help complete that. Okay, my next point is, it's more of a question. What is the responsibility for the actual tenants? I heard something about signing a code of conduct, but perhaps the tenants need to take more responsibility. It's just a comment. You don't have to answer that. We're concerned about your revenue model. It's not our business, but we're concerned anyway that it's not going to make bylaw enforcement realistic. And we would encourage you to look at an accommodations tax, a municipal accommodations tax, because we feel that one full-time and two part-time seasonal is just not enough. So that's all to do with the licensing and enforcement. And that's all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? All right, we will take a 15-minute. I will allow 15 minutes because there might be a few lineups in the washrooms downstairs or around the building. And we will be back at a quarter to 11. Fine. The next participant will be a Zoom participant. If we could get that person up. Is there anybody in the queue? All right. If are they up there? If you could turn your camera on.
I think I have it on. Oh, for some reason it's not working. Not sure how to turn on the camera.
All right. Well, if you can try it, but if it doesn't work, you can proceed with voice only with your name, address, and your relationship with short-term rentals, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. There's my picture. Sorry, I look better in person. I'm Sheila Givens, owner of Ontario Cottage Rentals. I'm an agent for vacation rentals in this area as well as other areas. We rent out mainly to family groups, and it's our job to manage the rental on behalf of the cottage owner. And the most important thing for us is to screen the applicants and to do research, ensure that they are appropriate guests and that they can be trusted to respect rental guidelines. And our clients are long-term cottage owners who just need to make some money to cover taxes and some upkeep. The feedback that I have is, first, in principle, we agree that some bylaws would be appropriate because clearly not everybody is abiding by the rules. But we feel that the license application fee is too high. Our cottage owners are renting out their cottage in order to cover their taxes. And so the fee should be commensurate with their situation. They can't afford to pay such a large entrance fee and inspection fee. And we feel that 250 would be more appropriate. Also, the additional fees the inspection fees are too high as well, and we think they should be lower. Normally, the cottages rent out in July and August primarily, and so we have a problem with the 50% proposed regulation, which would decrease the amount of revenue that cottage owners would be able to get. And since they only rent out their cottages in July and August, that would not be enough to cover their costs, particularly the cost to register. Regarding the minimum number of days for a rental, OCR has always ruled that rentals are a minimum of a week in the summer months. And so we definitely agree with that idea. The problem is where you're regulating minimum 1 week starting in May, and that is going to be difficult because most of our guests come up on weekends until July. And so this would be difficult to get rentals at that point. So we're trying to be law abiding, and given all the information that's coming across at this meeting, I would definitely want to see some restrictions. I think regulation is good. I think the costs are high in this case. And I also think that some of the regulations are going to discourage people renting, the people who you would prefer to do the rental, owners who are law abiding and not in it to get rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? No? All right. We will go to the back row. Anybody starting in your right-hand corner of the back row to the middle? Oh, there we go.
Hi, I'm Jess Grossman.
Is that microphone on? Hold on. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes, very good.
I'm Jess Grossman. I'm representing my family at 1094 Mortimer Point Road, and we are owners of a family cottage. I'm going to start with a story. Over 40 years ago, my great uncle and a friend of his, architects, drew up and built what is now our family cottage. My father, who passed away in 2009, was actually part of building that cottage. My great aunt and uncle owned it up until 5 years ago, and in their older age, can't really keep it up. So they decided that they wanted to sell it. Luckily, my mom, my brother, and I were able to buy it from them. In our basement, we have a photo collage of that cottage being built. We have pictures of my dad, my uncle, my great uncle who passed away. It is our family cottage. You guys talk about community and wanting to keep that community. We can only have that community because we were able to keep this cottage in our family, and we can only do that by offsetting the costs, renting it out at certain points of the year. We did invest in winterizing our cottage, which, as you can imagine, costs a lot of money. We couldn't do that if we had some of the costs that you are going to put on us with this licensing and regulation. We take our cottage with pride. My mom will lose sleep when we rent it to people because she cares so much about the inside and the outside of the cottage. We have cameras. We make sure we're watching, not overly watching, but we're watching our renters. We are communicating with them. And of course, we are vetting them. Now, as someone who came up to Muskoka a lot in my 20s, I will tell you, the best ragers that I went to were by the owners, the kids of the owners, but they weren't rentals. These parties were done every weekend of the summer by the kids whose families owns the cottage. I'm not saying we did it. I just went to them. Well, the thing is, they were insane. I didn't go to them all the time, but when you guys are talking about parties, it's the people who own them. It's not the people who rent them. Now, I'm not saying every renter is going to be amazing. We did actually, in the last 5 years, have one situation through Airbnb where we actually caught the renters being a little louder than we would have wanted. We actually talked to Airbnb, and Airbnb took action before a bylaw agent even showed up. It took hours, but by that point, Airbnb had already communicated with the renters, telling them they broke the rules of our cottage and asked them to leave. They had been drinking, so we worked it out with them that they could stay overnight because we didn't want them driving home. But it took hours for a bylaw agent to come over. Airbnb handled it before they did. Now, this was a couple of years ago. Now Airbnb actually has rules that they won't allow parties. So we've had probably 6, maybe 7 inquiries of the past 2 years where Airbnb actually blocks us from responding, saying these are probably partiers and we don't recommend renting to them. They are taking more action on this than what any of this licensing is going to do. Okay. Now, there's so many more implications. The cost, I'm not an accountant, but my husband is, the CRA implications of this, ask him. I don't know, he just told me. But the fact that we've only had one incident in 5 years and we couldn't even get a bylaw agent to come out, we called them asking for them. How do you think adding more to this, adding more rules, more licensing, more regulation is even going to be handled if you can get one person to come out? Like, I literally cannot see how that's going to be possible. So people have said, you know, the economic times are changing. Myself, my brother, my mother, we're offsetting the cost of keeping this cottage in our family. We can't be up there every weekend of the year, all the time. The cottage rentals offset that cost. And to limit how we can do that, to tell us how we can rent our cottage when we are doing the utmost that we possibly can because we respect our home, we respect our neighbors, is kind of telling us that you don't trust us. And I think that's ridiculous.
Thank you. That's your
Five
5 minutes.
Okay.
You've done very well.
Any questions?
Thank you for your enthusiasm, and I should have given you 15 more seconds for the comedy. But thank you, Rationale. Any questions from committee? I just want to make, that's fine. Thank you. But I want to make a comment. The fee is $1,000 for 2 years. So that's $500 a year. And the inspection fee, I think is, if I'm not mistaken, is it 500? And it is not a mandatory inspection. So this is an inspection only if deemed required. So, you know, in the essence, if you don't need an inspection, it's $500 a year, not $1,000. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so that's great. So we don't have anybody downstairs anymore. So that's good. All right. So the next, if we can go online for the next presenter.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much for your time. My name is Nick Lagasse, 1197 Shea Road on 3 Mile Lake. I'll first start by saying I do not envy the position that you're in. I think there's been some really good points articulated in all respects, and so I'll do my best to share my perspective.
Are you a short-term rental owner or operator?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Perspective, and I say that because, and this ties into my story. Mom is from Huntsville. Sisters went to school in Bracebridge. We all live in different places now. I'm actually calling from Vancouver, but I just spent the last 3 months helping renovate this cottage that we just bought. We put in a new septic system. We put in a new well. I don't need to tell people in Muskoka how expensive that is, but the idea is that we're trying to create a home eventually for our parents to retire at. But of course, you know, in these days, it's not easy to retire. So to supplement income and basically to get the retirement home to pay for itself, the idea was, hey, let's get the cottage now and we'll turn it into an Airbnb, hopefully get it to pay for itself, and off we go. And so that's all good and well. You run the numbers as one with due diligence would, and you know, they work. However, as soon as you toss in this 50% regulation and the 7-day minimum, that throws that entire equation out of whack. And now I understand, obviously, I think it's clear that we're all trying to avoid partiers, right? Nothing more that unites people than a common enemy, and it is the partiers. Nobody wants that. The fear is that, as many have articulated, that this 50% rule in the 7-day minimum doesn't really do anything or nothing obvious. I haven't heard any obvious good points, and I am open points to show how it addresses the partiers. So I would encourage, if I could get a reply from the council members, I guess what the thinking is behind that. I'm totally open to it. The other thing that I would just like to put out there, as I'm sure I'm coming up on my time here, is it was recently released that Tourism Muskoka announced a historic increase in funding for tourism and trying to get people to come to Muskoka. Was that considered when putting forth the 50% rule? I mean, obviously it's not this simple, but in theory, we're cutting the supply in half, which raises some other issues if the demand is increasing. I would say the other part is that people like money. And when you are going to interrupt people getting money and their livelihood, there's fears. I have fears that this is just going to result in people flouting regulations. And it has not been demonstrated to me with this proposed bylaw that there's going to be enough people to actually enforce these bylaws. And therefore, I think there has to be obviously happy middle ground. And this is what the whole point of this conversation is about. So that's why I'm advocating for the points, namely the 50% and the 7-day minimum, that those be looked at, because I don't think they will effectively achieve what potentially you're hoping they will achieve. And that's pretty much it. I think I'd be doubling up on my points if I kept speaking. So if anybody have any questions, also if you have time to answer what the thinking was behind implementing the 50% rule and the 7-day rule, I would love to hear that straight from you guys if that's appropriate right now.
Thank you very much. We did address the reasons for those rules at the beginning of the meeting. So what I would suggest is that it was right at the beginning. So if you want to watch it on YouTube, you'll be able to see that explanation. Any questions from committee? No. Well, thank you very much, sir. We will consider your comments. I think we've got the back row covered to the middle. Very well. We'll continue along the back row to the end of the window there.
So my name is Ed Seagram, 1800 Peninsula Road. So I have 2 cottage rentals myself. They happen to be longer term, but I would like the option of renting for shorter term if necessary, especially given the economy. The big thing I would suggest, the other thing is I also help some people find renters. My wife's in real estate up here, and I do some as well, and I do real estate in the city, but I help people who want to rent their places out for 2-3 weeks to help pay their taxes, that kind of thing, especially on islands, which are harder to rent. And I think, you can really impact these people. These people are just trying to help pay their taxes, and we've mentioned these points before, other people have. But to take a step back here, if you look at the reason for putting in this proposed bylaw, it's basically behavioral concerns, peaceful enjoyment, and the environment about servicing capacity. So what I don't understand is, why don't you try to tackle those issues? I feel like you're unfairly targeting people who rent as some sort of scapegoat. If you want to talk about noise, and there's clearly a lot more noise, that the population's tripled up here. I had dynamite going off for 2 weeks in a row, both summers, so people blasting. There's pile driving, there's sea-doos, there's music from wakeboard boats, and there are people who party. And I think if you're going to tackle that, if you're going to talk about noise, you need to talk about all that stuff. But the reality is Muskoka's changed, and there is more noise. I think if you want to talk about noise after hours from people, don't just target renters. There's, as I've already pointed out, there's tons of people who make noise violations that aren't renters. So I would enhance the noise bylaw. Have a big fine if you're making a lot of noise after hours, and keep it simple. Like if you're trying to make this law, there's a million little exemptions, and people with some people that have to rent by the 1 day a week, or the lady that had the farm. There's people that rent for $50,000 a week. There's people that rent for $100 a night. You can't make a law that's going to somehow enforce this, and it really comes down to noise. So I would tackle the actual problem, which is noise and people who rent. And maybe if you had a deposit, if somebody rented, require maybe a deposit of $1,000, or make it a % of the rental maybe. And if they're noise, then that's a fine. And then it goes, and money solves a lot of issues. If you're rent and you're going to lose $1,000 or whatever, 2,000 because you partied, that's going to solve a lot of the problems. So I don't think taxing and over regulation, when this country's that's what's happening. Carbon taxes, this tax, you just raise taxes on everybody here by 8% or whatever it was. I don't think a tax and a massive amount of regulations is going to solve anything. So anyway, keep it simple, and I would scrap all of this and just enhance your noise bylaw and fine people. Anyway, that's my position. But thank you for letting me speak. Any questions?
Any questions from committee? Thank you very much. We will go back to a Zoom participant. There we are. Good morning. We can see you.
Is this me? Can you hear me too?
Yep. We can hear you
great.
too. So start with your name and your address and your relationship with an experience with short-term rental.
Good morning. Thanks for holding this meeting. I'm Joy McCormack and I live at 1230 Milford Bay Road, Milford Bay, Ontario. And I don't have a short-term rental yet. And my concern is different from other presenters here today in that respect. My concerns are about loss of community, loss of residential housing, loss of workers in the community. Milford Bay is a village. It's the backside of Beaumaris. It was really created with workers that served Beaumaris for the most part. And many of the houses here were built with the bits and pieces left over from the mansions that were built across the way. Milford Bay is run by volunteers for the most part. It's a wonderful community. It has a public beach. It has a public boat launch. It has a cheap public golf course as a result of the demise of Milford Manor. It has pickleball, tennis, a community center, again, run by volunteers. And it has a fire department, also run by volunteers and really necessary for our community. And my concern is, in the last few years, as a result of homes becoming investment vehicles for short-term rentals only, these are not homes where people, neighbors live anymore. They are simply houses that are rented out on weekends for the most part, because these are not big fancy places on the lake. And most of them don't have lake frontage at all. They were ordinary homes where ordinary people, workers who lived and worked in this community were, and now those homes have disappeared because they're such good investment properties for people. And I have nothing against investment, but I am very concerned that we have difficulty getting firefighters. Our firefighters live in the community, live locally, work here locally. And we are losing a good percentage of that because we're such an attractive, wonderful community that everybody wants to buy up the investment homes, not cottages, homes, because they make so much money. They increase in value and their costs are paid off. And meanwhile, our community is losing much of its strength in terms of not having families available to work and live here anymore. And many of you will know that this is a problem all across Muskoka. We can't find people to work in grocery stores. We can't find carpenters to live. Many restaurants in Bracebridge import workers from outside of the area in order to get people to staff their environment. And I'm not sure that the ship hasn't already sailed on this. And I'm not sure whether the short-term bylaw can make any difference for it, but I would truly like council to consider that short-term rentals of residential homes. We have one neighbor down the road. He lives in a house and he has no neighbors. He moved into a residential community. He has no neighbors anymore. He has different people every single weekend. And so I guess what I'm asking for is for council to consider the impact that short-term rentals have on affordable, available housing for full-time permanent worker residents of Muskoka, which we could not run without. I guess that's all I have to say for that. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Committee questions? Very well. The next one in the back row, I think, is Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. Kelly. So staff, my name is Phil Harding. I reside at 1036 Island Park Road. And my connection to short-term rentals has actually changed a little bit over the last 30 days, maybe 45 days. And that is that myself and my partner both have properties in Muskoka, but effective August, we'll only need one residence as my marital status is changing. Anyway. Had to have some comment over it. But first, let me be blunt that this bylaw does move in the right direction. It controls bad renters. And by bad renters, I mean property owners who rent their property solely to make money and make profit on their investment, capitalizing on the tourism demand for Muskoka. But also, when someone rents a cottage to family or friends that we've heard today, someone who rents for a few weeks a year to help pay the bills, generally speaking, these people are not the issue. The real problem is when tenants are renting and they are not connected to the property owner. I understand, I probably need my glasses on. I understand why council will be supportive of this bylaw, as it is crafted to control bad behavior. The demerit point system and significant penalties should start to address these bad renter problems. However, there are several unintended consequences if implemented that I'd like to highlight. Firstly, this bylaw will be a lot of extra work, as we've heard, for those who are good renters. Site maps of their property, landscape features, floor plans to scale, photos of the property, insurance, just to name a few. As we know, many property owners are also owned by holding companies for tax purposes. However, if this is the case, then those property owners must list directors, articles of incorporation, and provide a tax return. There will be considerable admin time for TML staff, despite what we can do on a website to manage this process, far more than just regular bylaw. For those that rent a minimal amount to help pay their taxes, there's a strong probability that they won't register and then they'll be either offside on the bylaw or they just won't rent to anyone at all. Thereby, they will reduce their own personal revenue to help offset taxes. When we do actually reduce the number of rentals across the region, which will happen, the economy, we've heard, will suffer. Without people renting, we'll limit those exposed to Muskoka, which will in turn ultimately reduce those number who want to move to Muskoka. The slogan, once discovered, never forgotten, will change because we won't be discovering. And if we reduce the number of newcomers to Muskoka, then we'll start a downward cycle, which we don't want to happen. Additionally, by implementing a number of rental days allowed at various times of the year, we're further limiting the tourism, which had significant impacts on our local economy. We can also talk about a license fee. I can rent for under 14 days. If I did 3 or 4 3-day rentals, I'm under that, but I'm not solving the problem of bad behavior. As an idea, if we use the basic principle of innocent until proven guilty, I believe we can get to a licensing bylaw finish line for all of Muskoka. Simply put, break the bylaws, and then, and only then, is a short-term rental license required. For those that follow the rules and don't have bylaw infractions, no problem. Continue to do what you've always done. Let me explain this concept a little further. As we use a modified demerit point system tied to breaking other bylaws, like noise or fireworks, we can use this as a trigger to activate the requirement for a short-term rental license. Again, innocent until proven guilty. In practical terms, we could start with the assumption that every renter is good. We don't have to charge them a license fee. We can allow them to do their regular rentals. Instead of, however, having a rental license pulled when you reach 15 demerit points, we modify this thinking. We reach as little as 7 demerit points tied to bylaw infractions. The township then requires a rental license. When this occurs also, the license fee is not $1,000. It's $5,000 or $10,000. It's significant because these people are here to make profit off of Muskoka. This simple change to the bylaw can and will affect all those bad renters, while at the same time eliminating any unintended consequences. Thank you all for your time. Please take a pause on this bylaw and ensure the controls within the bylaw only affect the bad renters, while allowing those good renters to connect to their tenants. The ability to find added revenue stream helps pay taxes is required to maintain your family cottage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions from committee on Mr. Harding's suggestions? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So to put you on the spot, you know, we worked together in the previous council. I hear your words and I understand them. I wonder if you though could share, I mean, experientially, to just say, let's amp up bylaw. You would know that that's not as easy as it sounds. It's easy for me to say, it's easy for you to say. Can you share what you see in terms of a bylaw reconstruction that would address this concern overall, that it's a public nuisance piece, number one?
Well, I think the whole concept of a licensing bylaw is amping up bylaw enforcement. There's no point in having a bylaw if we can't catch the bad apples. Sigma's had a gentleman back here who has countless cars on his next door neighbor property. They're abusing the system. This opportunity is, if there's noise complaints, if there's garbage complaints, if there's firework complaints against an individual property, then I now realize it's a short-term rental and you need to follow this license. If they gain more demerit points, they're pulled. You're no longer allowed to rent. You are not part of this community fabric. And I think maybe it should almost be considered a community fabric bylaw. How do you participate here?
Thank you. Any other questions from committee? Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Harding. Mr. Harding, the concept that you're putting forward, would you think it would just be for all property owners, whether SDRs or not?
Agreed. We all need to increase our bylaw. If bylaw officer shows up and there's a fireworks complaint or anything, and the property owner's there, generally speaking, they're going to take care of it. They're going to control their own behavior. But when that property owner's not there and it's rented out that property, guess what? This could be a long-term rental for somebody who's here for 30 days or 60 days in the summer, face the same problems. We need to address the problem. We're attacking a problem with a sledgehammer, and we don't need to at this particular point. Let's pinpoint the issues and address it accordingly.
Any other questions from committee? Thank you very much, Mr. Harding.
Thank you
for your conciseness. I presume we still have people in the Zoom room. If we could bring the next one in. Told we have 14 still in. So maybe we'll do, we'll keep with this current program. Mr. Pierce.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair Bosenworth?
We can, if you can state your name, address, and relationship with short-term rentals. And
sure. Ken
Pierce, you know, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Ken Pierce on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association, 65 Joseph Street, Port Carling. Just speaking on behalf of the association. Just wanted to note we encouraged our members to complete the survey last year, and we submitted written comments and delegated planning committee meeting last October. I just wanted to alert committee that we did submit comments for this meeting as well, written comments. We certainly appreciate that council is obtaining significant public input, and as we heard from Mr. Pink and Mr. Kennedy and staff have been working on this for quite some time. My understanding is that the other 5 lower tier municipalities in Muskoka have all passed short-term rental licensing bylaws, so I think that's important to note. As we heard from Jane's Cottages, licensing versus unlicensed and the TEFO or whatever it's called, TPO for licensing. I think that's an interesting concept. I just wonder what the other 5 local municipalities have done in that regard. So maybe that can be something that can be addressed later. If council decides to pass a short-term rental bylaw, we're confident that staff and council will certainly take into account all the comments received, including those today. Just to touch on a couple of our comments, Section 5 of the Renters Code of Conduct regarding noise is quite broad and extends beyond the current noise bylaw. It sets a very high bar, and for example, it prohibits conversing loudly, causing disturbance to neighbors at any time of the day. So that's something you might want to look at some of those and just make sure that you're comfortable with that. Council may also wish to consider the exclusion of children 12 and under from the maximum occupancy calculation. You think about the number, is that the appropriate number? Should it be lower or point out that young children do put stress on a septic system, except for maybe the very young children, 1 or 2 years old, maybe don't. or does this complicate matters? And it's going to be very difficult to enforce a lot of these things. Enforcement will be challenging for this one as well. We encourage staff and council to make the rules clear and simple to follow. We've heard some comments about that today from various people. And I think that would be very beneficial. This will hopefully assist with compliance and make bylaw enforcement easier if the determination is made to go forward with the bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Any questions from committee? Seeing none, we will move to where I think we're still in the back row, so if we could finish that one off. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Donna Murphy, and I'm a full-time resident at 1025 Section House Road in Torrance. I have a 20-year history of Airbnb-ing my family property that has been owned since the 1800s. My mother needed to rent our family cottage or home in order to pay her property taxes and support the cost of the maintenance of the property, even her mortgage. I'm also a business owner, Donna Murphy Mortgages, Pineapple Financial, and my concerns are the impact on the economy of the businesses that support and the people that need to offset their property taxes, their maintenance costs, and their mortgages. So Airbnb income can be used to offset their mortgage for qualification purposes, which is a huge factor at this moment, given that we have a 2% increase for qualifying on their contract rate. It's a question that comes to me quite often. And as far as hold corps owning Airbnbs or rental properties for profit, it's a very different perspective on how that's looked at for financing and offsetting costs. I think that this bylaw, having the details are paramount in it, whether you're renting it for 2 weeks, whether the 50% rule, I rented it for 20 years from May until October. I was very conscious about my fees. If there were damages, I never had a complaint through a bylaw officer, the fire department, or noise ordinances, anything. The worst that happened in 20 years is somebody broke the handle off the screen door. That is it. There in Torrance Bay, the noise ordinances complaints were from local owners. And this isn't just for luxurious properties, it's also for modest properties and people that aren't on the lake but have access to the public docks. So if they need that to support themselves, because the winter months are slow for local people that aren't on the lake, but they can say it's a 2-minute walk to the public dock, I think that those considerations should be considered. And whether they want to rent it long-term, short-term, 50% rule, 3-day rule, I don't think that that's going to change the quality of your renter. I think it's the due diligence of the renter themselves for screening or the company that they hire to rent for them. And I do believe that there should be, for Jane's Cottages or any other rental company, that there should be considerations for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be a Zoom. And after the Zoom, we'll move to that back corner of this second last row.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Andy Milovanovich. I have a property on 1127 Dudley Road. It is a rental property. I'm also the owner of a water sports provider in the area called Muskoka Wake, as well as the owner of a concierge and luxury rental brand called 10 Services. And I'm the owner of the Dudley Inn, which is a motor inn motel in Ballot, Ontario. I don't think we need to beat a dead horse here. I think that there's been a lot of very valid concerns with what people have brought forth in regards to, what this will do for the local economy. What is this going to do for the real estate values in the area? What I would like to ask is, where is this information that you guys, as a committee and as a township, are pulling your case studies from? I think that there needs to be things looked at. How many overall bylaw complaints come in year over year, not just in the last 12 months, but in the last 36 months? Of those bylaw complaints, how many of those are coming from rental properties specifically? How they've been addressed? And when we look on that as a percentage basis, what is the actual percentage of cottages and bylaw complaints coming from short-term rentals versus coming from property owners themselves? There's been a couple of statements that have already been made. One that I can attest to, my company, 10 Concierge Services, we offer packages for people to host parties at their cottages. These are not renters who book these services through me. We host hundreds of events year over year in the Muskoka areas. All of my customers that host these dock parties of 50, 100, 150, 200 people are primary owners. And in fact, those primary owners are using their properties very similar to that of what your complaints are with the short-term rental legislation. That is, they show up on a Thursday or Friday, they jam pack their cottages, they have chefs, they have bands, they shoot fireworks off. I get dozens of requests for floating barges to come to the area for fireworks displays for various different reasons, whether it be for birthday parties, whether it be for celebrations of milestones for how long a family has owned a property on the lakes. And they are doing the same infractions that you're trying to penalize now here with this short-term bylaw. So what I would ask is I would implore you to do a little more research, or at least be able to provide some more disclosure to us in terms of, what is the economic impact of this going to be? What is the impact on real estate values? If there's 800 cottages currently that are part of the rental programs up here in Muskoka Lakes, what happens if 50% of those cottage owners can no longer support the cost of carrying those cottages with the rising interest rates to service the debt on those properties, the rising tax rates that the Muskoka Township has implemented on them? What is that going to do to the real estate values for not just the rental properties, but all properties alike? If MLS is flooded with 300 to 400 properties this spring or this fall, bringing down real estate values across the area. I have obviously a diverse vested interest in this, being I am the seasonal operator of a business such as Muskoka Wake that depends on people renting in the area. I have experienced as a TICO agency and travel agent renting to property owners, and I can tell you, renting properties for property owners. And I can tell you that this year alone, I've already turned down dozens of requests for people wanting less than 7-night stays, mainly because some of the questions that we ask are, how big is the group size? What's the dynamic of that group in terms of ages and people that are going to be attending? What is the purpose of the rental? And a lot of our owners don't want less than 7 nights to begin with. So when anything comes in right now at 3, 4, or 5 nights, they're being turned away, especially when it's a group of, we're 12 young professionals looking to get away for a relaxing weekend. Those are trigger points on our end that say to us, well, it's going to be a group of guys coming up here to golf. It's going to be a bachelor party. And we don't want those for our owners as much as the neighbors don't want that for themselves as well. So what I would ask is township to be able to provide an economic impact report as to what this does to the area. I think that needs to be based off of historical statistics and facts. What this does to the local labor market. There was a comment made about, there's a lot of single mothers. There's a lot of people that are cleaners. They work for property maintenance.
If you could wrap
companies.
it up, if you could wrap it up, you're on your 5 minutes now.
That's fine. So all in all, I guess what I'm asking for is a little more disclosure from the township to present an actual case study that's based on statistics and facts, so that an accurate decision can be made, not just based on opinion and the feelings of some people who unfortunately have poor neighbors.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? Very well. Anybody else left in the back row along here or along the wall?
Thank you for letting me speak.
I think you know the regime by now. Oh.
There we go. I got it. Sorry. I don't know if do I need to repeat any of that?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Sorry. Sharon Mortimer, 1155 Whiteside Road in Port Carling. I recently bought my neighbor's property. It was a relative's property, but I recently bought it. It's very close to my property. And as a matter of fact, I had an Ontario land surveyor confirm the distance from one corner of my house to the corner of the other piece was because we had to look for a location for a propane tank. It's 25 feet. We're very close. I call it my cubby, or I call it, it's the bunkie basically for me. It's so close. I live right next door, and I use it mostly for family. When my families come up with their children, and but we also do to help recoup the price of it, because when we bought the property, it had been poorly maintained, and we had to put money into it with water, heating, HVAC, new septics, everything. It was really quite run down. So the little bit of Airbnb rentals we do has helped us. I've been coming up to Muskoka. I've been coming up to the property I live on all of my life before I was born, technically. And we used to come up to a family cottage, and when all the cousins and relatives were there, my father used to rent another cottage, a short-term rental, because there weren't enough sleeping facilities in the original family cottage. So short-term rentals aren't new. They've been around forever in some form or another. And what we used to have when I remember growing up are those, the resorts, right? Whether on our road, there used to be a little place called Russell Hill, there used to be Pleasant View, there used to be Milford Manor, as we heard earlier today. We used to have Elgin House, and we've lost Cleveland House. We've lost a lot of those accommodations for our tourism, and tourism is vital to allow Township Muskoka Lakes to thrive. And the disappearance of those grand resorts has created a void. And in the short term,
use my teacher voice.
Hold on.
I don't know if it's late, but she mentioned she has to go to work soon. So if there's any way to prioritize her, she was asking. It is possible to email in statements.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Go to the website. We just pause for a battery change here.
I think I'm back on. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So I think that we need to fill a void with something, and I mean, businesses will develop. That's what entrepreneurs do. But I think that the 7-day, currently the 7-day proposal as a minimum in the summer months is problematic, because you're almost forcing people into a same-day weekend turnover, which again, as we've heard earlier, is going to impact those people that come in and do the servicing, those businesses that come in and help with the servicing for turnovers. Those businesses will greatly suffer. They all can't do a turnover between 11 and 4 on a weekend. The other piece, sorry, put my glasses on. A 50% reduction in the number of traffic caused by that reduction in short-term rentals as well is going to be devastating for many of our small businesses. We've heard that some of the stats, I know the Chamber of Commerce has stats that they could share about the economic advantages of short-term rentals. It's going to be devastating at a time when businesses are still trying to recover from COVID, and they're facing high interest rates and a multitude of other difficulties. So one thing I would like to propose, though, it may not be possible, but is there an exemption for those properties really that are, like in my case, where I'm right there? It's really part of my property. It's right next door. I'm the same property owner on both sides. I'm there, I live there. is there, it's like a bunkie is the way I regard it. And is there any kind of an exemption for those sorts of situations? Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, committee? Very well. We will take a Zoom person next, and then we'll come back to the room.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm David Vanderpool. I am a short-term rental owner on 3 Mile Lake, 1093 Sutton Road, known as the Water's Edge. So thank you for taking this time. A lot of the points that I have been made already, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of them. Just to tell you a little bit about ourselves, we've been enjoying the cottage and offering it up as a short-term rental since 2019. So basically throughout a lot of the pandemic and going forward. And one of the big things that I wanted to talk about was really that we've grown up in Muskoka, or enjoyed Muskoka growing up. My wife's family grew up on the lake, and we had an opportunity to purchase a place within just down the road from where her grandmother is. So that was really a great opportunity, and we've had a chance to share Muskoka with people around the world. We've got a little bit of a following on Instagram and things like that, and we have a lot of people that come up to Muskoka that normally wouldn't experience Muskoka. They've never been there before. They've really gotten to do it, and we've really enjoyed showing that to different people. So with that, there's a really benefit to that, to bringing new economies, new people that haven't been up to Muskoka in a long time. And we really do promote a lot of the local industry, right? We bring people on goat walks. We send them up in the off season when they're in there for sleigh rides. We show them local restaurants that they've gone to. There's really we're trying excessively to promote Muskoka and to bring people that aren't here up into Muskoka to enjoy it. So with being, and the big concerns that most people have are the ones that are things like the 7-day limitations. They've been mentioned many times. One of the things that's going to do is it's basically going to take Muskoka off the map. If somebody's using Airbnb or Vero or things like that, and somebody comes up to look for a 5-day rental, for instance, and if people are using Airbnb and Vrbo and all those tools appropriately, if somebody says, hey, I've got 5 days, I want to take my kids up to the cottage, I want to experience Muskoka, I want to do that, or 3 days or something like that in the summer, if everybody's using the tool appropriately, they put that into the tool, you will not see a single cottage in Muskoka Lakes. People will think it's booked, whatever, but it will just take it off the map. And that'll cause everybody to book elsewhere in different townships that don't have that restriction, or you're going to have people that are going to advertise dates that are against the bylaw. So that's would happen if the bylaw is actually enforced appropriately at that stage. So, and then also a lot of people that we have can't stay for a full week. They can't afford that, or they can't do it because of their schedule. So that's really basically telling the world that Muskoka Lakes isn't for you, right? That we don't want you guys there. Because if you're not there if you can't afford 7 days or more, or if you can't, afford to stay these times, then you're not welcome. And that's basically what the message is that I hear from that. And I don't think that's the message that we're trying to tell people. Also in the off season, we do luckily have people that come in the off season. I think the 3-day limitation isn't how current users use the cottage, right? Current property owners are going to use it on the weekends to get away. A lot of people want to do that in the off season. There's already almost nobody that comes. We tried 3-day limitations on our platform initially, and we had a significant reduction in demand in the off season. So 2 days is basically the only thing that we've booked in the off season, and I think you're basically just going to eliminate people coming up north in that time. So we also employ some people full-time or almost full-time as far as cleaning and services maintenance, different things like that. We like to believe we're a net positive to the community, and we strive very hard to do that. And yeah, limitations like this will make it so that we can't hire the people that we need to. I think that's been said before by Jane's Cottages and other ones. And a lot of the services we have will go down, and I think that'll just be negative for the current people in that area. Any questions?
Sorry, any questions from committee? And I see none, so we will move on to the next person in the back row. Somebody's volunteering, fine, thank you.
My name is Rebecca Wallace. I'm at 1004 Bluff Road in Minette, and I am a rental owner and host. I'm going to share a little bit about my story to start coming up to Muskoka and where it led me to be a host. I worked up here for 4 summers during university, and after a few years after university, I decided to make Muskoka my full-time home. 4 years ago, when I purchased my first house, the basement did have rental opportunity, but I didn't know if I wanted a long-term rental. We all know that there are nightmare tenants, and I, at 24 years old, thought, I don't think I can commit to that. And then came short-term rental ideas and Airbnb ideas. So between my partner and I, 2 years ago, we decided to rent our legal basement for short-term purposes with the help of Airbnb and the support, which Airbnb does have a lot of support for hosts. Ever since then, it honestly has been a part-time job for both my partner and I. We clean our basement and we maintain the property. I can say it is one of the most fulfilling jobs. We have great relationships with a lot of our guests and a lot of return guests. Since then, we've never had a complaint from our guests or our neighbors. For our first year, our neighbors didn't even know that we were renting our basement. Our guests will stay with us for weddings, conferences, all the way to one guest was at a friend's cottage for the weekend, and she just wanted one night to spend in Muskoka by herself to explore on her own. I even have a guest booked in April. Her daughter is not comfortable sleeping on the away from home on a school trip, so her and her daughter will be sleeping at in our short-term rental, so that her daughter can still participate in her school trip. We live on property, we live above, and we make that known as soon as anybody is booking, and it is on our Airbnb description. If there's anything needed, we are there. We are on property, and we do have people in case the event that I am not there. We do have backup property managers. Every guest is screened by us, starting with the question, what brings you to Muskoka? I love to hear what our guests are going to do, or if they need recommendations, local businesses, so-and-so. For the licensee fee, so I only have a couple problems with the bylaw, but number one is the licensing fee. May not seem a lot. You're saying, oh, it's only $500 technically every year. But for someone like me, that's at least 3 to 4 nights. Whereas someone who's renting a 3,000 plus square foot cottage, that's like an hour of a person staying at their place. As for the minimum 7 nights, as I stated too, we have guests that are just coming for a school trip. They just want one night away. They have a wedding and they don't want to spend $600 at the Marriott for a bedroom. Jane said it right. Everyone deserves to enjoy Muskoka. And Phil said it right with the Muskoka slogan, once discovered, never forgotten. I take so much pride in allowing guests and tourists to visit Muskoka and to explore all the great things that Muskoka has to offer within their weekend stay, their few days stay, or even their night stay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? Thank you for being so succinct. We will go to an online presenter now. There we go. We can see you online, but we can see that you're muted. All right, we can hear you now. Is it possible for you to turn on your camera?
Yep.
All right. Well, we lost them. Well, if you can't get your
There I am.
camera, you can, there we are. Okay, good.
Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Name, address,
Okay.
and relationship to short-term rentals, and you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, good. My name is Liz Denier. I live at 34 Joseph Street, Port Carling. Other than being a neighbor of a short-term renter, I have no experience on that front. But this morning, I represent the Muskoka Ratepayers Association. Oh, okay. Am I off or what?
No, you're fine.
Okay. The Muskoka Ratepayers Association submitted written comments on the STR bylaw to staff and council prior to the July 2023 meeting. Basically, our position has not changed. The following are a few additional comments. It seems that the situation that elicited the most complaints was with groups who rent for the weekend in the summer for the sole purpose of partying. As a result, we were very pleased to see that the draft bylaw now included a minimum rental of 7 consecutive nights in the summer and 3 consecutive nights in the other seasons. We agree that a short-term rental of 14 days or less once a year should not be considered in the STR bylaw. The draft bylaw as it stands now would be costly for the township to administer. Also, enforcement of this bylaw would be next to impossible. We question the rationale of limiting rentals to 50% of the time. That could mean some properties might sit empty for 50% of the year. Isn't that counterproductive to any economic development initiatives, which should encourage people to visit our township and spend their money in our restaurants, shops, grocery stores, marinas, etc.? We recommend that the Be Friendly, Be Courteous Code of Conduct, the one on the law enforcement website page, not the one attached to this bylaw, be printed and handed to every owner with their license. It's all there. Noise, garbage, fire safety, parking, everything a renter needs to know. It is reasonable and common sense, unlike the renter's code of conduct. In fact, some owners might benefit from this as well. Even so, we acknowledge that it is impossible to control behavior. So we recommend again, some bylaws such as parking and noise be tightened up and the administrative monetary penalty system be enforced. And we strongly encourage the township to pass a bylaw that is enforceable. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Another very succinct presentation. Any questions of committee? Very well. We will continue along the back road. We have some of the people standing. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Lewis. My husband and I own Lewis Property Solutions. We're a property management company out of Muskoka. One service we offer is we are property managers who take care of Airbnb for hosts who are not local. We also own our own short-term rental waterfront properties ourselves that we take care of renting out ourselves. There's been a lot of good points made that touch on this as a whole, targeting it as a whole, and there's been a lot of individual ones made. I'd like you to err on the side of caution when looking at exemptions. I'm someone personally, my company and myself, who would benefit from one of the exemptions that have been brought up today. I do not think that's a good idea. Probably gonna upset a lot of people with that, but the reason why is as soon as you start making exemptions across the board, you find people trying to fit into those exemptions more and more. One example being, I have a client who does not have a waterfront property, and I have a client who does have a waterfront property, both on Airbnb, both hosts. No, neither one of them are local. If one of the proposed exemptions were put forward and approved, one of my clients would have to pay these fines and follow suit with these regulations. The other one was possibly in an exemption. Both are exactly the same. I don't think it's a good idea. I also want to make note that people who own rentals, it's expensive. I'm one of them. I don't have a $50 million cottage. It's not the same. It's an expensive thing to own. It's an expensive thing to maintain. You're adding a lot of fees. I do see that there's a good place for this. I think regulations and bylaws are needed. I have a lot of rules and regulations when renting out. I have security deposits. I have things that people have to uphold and be responsible for. Never once had a complaint. I will also agree with a lot of the comments made that a lot of the complaints that we've heard are locals. They're people who live here. They're people who have family and friends that come up who are not renters. They just enjoy Muskoka. My last point that I'll mention is the limitations on the days, that the minimum stays is going to be very detrimental to a lot of people, my clients included, no matter what their financial position is. You're restricting the guests that are coming. You're restricting the amount of people who can afford to come up for a week. I would love it if people could rent our cottages for a week. It would be a lot less work for me, to be honest. But I also make a little less money doing that because I get more people in on shorter turnovers. My husband and I rent our cottages that are off season in the winter, and it's 1 to 2 days. It's people that are looking for a place to stay. There are guys, like a couple of guys sometimes come up snowmobiling, ice fishing, not this year or last, but it's happened. And we're restricting that. The 3 days does not apply. It gives them no time to come up for that weekend to Muskoka. Also the 7-day minimum, our staff and people that we employ full-time year round, they're losing that income because they're not going in as often. I know the increase in money spent by renters. I know the expense put out for people who are looking to enjoy Muskoka and all of it. All of my guests that leave an entry in any of my books there, the one thing they mention is enjoying Muskoka, going to the restaurants, going to see the sights. Not everybody can afford to do this on a weekly stay. And I do agree with Mr. Vanderpool's comment is that we're kind of saying if you can't afford to be here a week, don't come. I haven't gone anywhere for a week. Just saying that. It's expensive no matter where you go. So please, 2 really quick points, the exemptions, I don't think it's a good step in the right direction. I think this needs to be looked at as a whole. I think we're coming in really strong to address a few things that are of a concern, but I think the approach is very restricting. It's very extreme. It's not necessary. I also agree with the one comment made about approach it until there is an issue and address it as it comes. Instead of making it an issue, you're going to have, if you implement this, people will do it. They'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. I will, because I want to follow the rules and I want to be seen as someone who's abiding by the bylaw. But I also know there's going to be a ton of people who don't do it and they're still going to rent. So just, again, please really listen to everything that's been said and know that some comments are very individually biased and others are looking at this as a whole. And those are the ones I really want you to focus on, is how we can make the biggest impact, not individually segregate and make exemptions. I don't think that's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? Very well. Do we have the next Zoom presenter lined up? I saw somebody's face a minute ago. There we go. Terrific. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name,
Hi.
address, in relationship to short-term rentals, and you have 5
Hi.
minutes.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Dave Warner. I'm a property owner in Skeleton Lake in Township Muskoka Lakes in Ward B. I'm also a short-term rental host. My fundamental opposition to the proposed bylaw is that it will do nothing to curb the main issues and complaints that were expressed in your survey that was conducted last summer. And it's simply an unfair tax on the vast majority of STR hosts that follow the rules and only rent to reputable guests. Furthermore, the issue of STRs is blown way out of proportion by a vocal minority that will complain even if the property owners are present and following existing bylaws. Your own survey illustrates this point, as there were only 489 respondents out of a permanent resident population of 6,500 and a seasonal population of 26,000. Furthermore, all this time and money is being spent on regulating 23 complaints against STRs in 2023. The Township Muskoka Lakes doesn't have a short-term rental problem. It has a bylaw enforcement problem. The top complaints that non-STR owners expressed: noise, fireworks, overcrowding, septic system capacity, and environmental issues, are all issues that should be managed and enforced with existing bylaw enforcement. I struggle to understand how imposing fees on existing SDR property owners, of which the majority that you've heard today are good hosts and responsible hosts, will reduce the number of complaints that the township office receives on most likely a very small number of bad operators. Why doesn't the municipality enforce the existing bylaws if there is a complaint against a specific property? I would assume that if there was a non-SDR property, and they were the subject of multiple noise and or fireworks complaints, the township would arrive on the scene and find the violators. Imposing a new licensing fee as a revenue generator on responsible homeowners is nothing more than an unfair tax that will add one more expense to household budgets. The septic system and environmental issues complaints that are raised in the survey should not be taken seriously as a basis for imposing a licensing fee on property owners. Most seasonal property owners host large groups of friends and family on our beautiful lakes all summer. For most of us, this is one of the primary reasons that we purchase properties on these lakes to begin with, to allow our friends and family to experience the beauty of Muskoka. How is this any different than non-renting families allowing their guests to use their properties? The reality is that when a septic system is full, whether is it by renters, friends, or family, the tank needs to be pumped out. Imposing punitive fees on one set of property owners over the issues of environment and waste management is unfair and, quite frankly, laughable as an issue that council should be devoting this much time to. And lastly, SDR property owners are being unfairly targeted and taxed under the premise that somehow they are the originators of most of the fireworks, noise, burning complaints the township receives every year. I am sure there are some bad operators, but the reality is if you are a good host on Airbnb, Vrbo, or one of the many local cottage rental agencies that we've heard from today that employ local residents, you take very seriously who is renting your property, and you ensure that all the local municipal rules are followed during a stay. The Township of Muskoka Lake should enforce complaints equally across all segments of property owners. If the bylaw enforcement team needs additional resources to address those complaints, the appropriate funding should be provided. But this should not come on the backs of STR hosts. Many hosts are required to rent their properties more than they would like to as a means of offsetting the escalating operating expenses, and also a means of keeping the family cottage in the family during this period of high inflation. So in closing, I do not see how adding another regulatory burden on homeowners will do anything to address the very common nature of complaints, noise, fireworks, fires, etc., that the township must receive every day. I would urge this council to reject the proposed bylaw draft and simply enforce the laws that exist with increased enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? No. Could I just have a show of hands? How many in the room would like to speak before? Okay, so we still have a number. And we have about 11 online. So we are definitely going into the afternoon. I would suggest it's 12 o'clock. We will be back at 1 o'clock. And thank you, everybody, for
We can't hear anything, Chair.
What time is it? Never mind. Okay, let's reconvene this meeting. It's at 1:01. And I think we'll start with a Zoom, if we have any Zoom. How many do we have?
8.
So we have 8 people left on Zoom and probably about a similar number left here in the room. So we probably got an hour or so more to go. We'll just wait for the first Zoom participant. Here we are. Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me. Just wanted to start. My name is Derek Densmore. Myself and my brother and our wives own a family cottage on 1169 Leonard Lake Road 1 and have nothing but good things to say about our experience here. Our cottage is first and foremost for family usage. We rent it short term to offset some expenses. As children and even into our adult years, our family has created many fond traditions and memories in Muskoka. From visiting friends and family cottages to renting until we could afford to purchase our own. Today, I would like to share our thoughts on the short-term rental bylaw currently being proposed, as we, like I'm sure all other stakeholders, are motivated to ensure Muskoka is a place everyone can enjoy, creating new memories and carrying out old traditions. When looking to purchase a cottage, one of our top priorities was to be on a quiet lake with a great community and well-established cottage association. This was not only to ensure our own personal enjoyment, but for our renters as well. So to be clear, we're not opposed to regulating short-term rentals, and it would be our hope that if a bylaw was put into place, that this purpose would be to regulate, not discourage and force out responsible renters. Thus ensuring when visitors choose short-term rentals in Muskoka Lakes, they can consistently expect safe, quality accommodations to enjoy all that Muskoka has to offer without negatively impeding on others. No other nearby districts established short-term rental bylaw goes into the extremes that Muskoka Lakes has crafted. Specifically, the 50% rental cap restriction from section 3.4 and the 7-night minimum stays from section 3.5. Many have already spoke to this point and how it has the potential to severely impact the owners, and I do agree. However, I would like to add to this perspective from the renters hoping to visit Muskoka. Some people simply can't afford 3 or 7-night minimum rental stays, especially in peak season, or don't have 7 nights of vacation time to allocate to holidays, which could potentially prevent them the opportunity to rent Muskoka Lakes to enjoy the cottage experience. We recently had renters from Seattle that only had 4 nights to stay to get up to Muskoka as their grandparents grew up in Milford Bay and wanted to return. Speaking from personal experience, my family has rented cottages in Parry Sound, Bancroft, Huron for various reasons, but never could stay more than 3 or 4 nights in peak seasons. We consider ourselves good renters and want to enjoy these locations, but with the proposed Muskoka Lakes STR restrictions, this type of vacation would not be permitted. Furthermore, this could create a preferential imbalance in many aspects, with one municipality's owners could rent their cottage 100% of the calendar year for any length of stay, but in Muskoka Lakes, owners could not. Is this fair and equitable? Will this drive renters or even future property purchasers to other nearby municipalities? Is this the goal of the proposed bylaw? The financial model that was presented shows the expectation is 30 to 40% of the monitoring program will be funded by STR fines. This creates an incentive to generate income via fines. Otherwise, this program could run into a deficit and lose money for the township. Based on data shared to date, it's unclear how the town expects to earn over $100,000 off of fines. Is there sufficient data to support fines? Is there sufficient data to support fines will support this without losing money and without going after renters, which appear to be today maybe an easy target? So how would an owner be notified about an after-hours complaint if the town is closed? For example, someone in the community makes a noise complaint after midnight. Would the individual who reported it expect the owner to arrive at their cottage at 1 a.m. to validate the complaint? How would the owner prove that they were in compliance within 1 hour? Could I call that hotline to report any issue, even if I don't know the issue is from a rented or non-rented property? Finally, returning on the number of days that can be rented from May to September, instead of punishing owners up front and assuming all renters are bad apples, why not let the demerit point system work for itself and weed out the bad actors? I can speak to many types of renters we get, similar to what others have said. We limit it to families and couples that will respect our property and not damage our family cottage that we put a lot of time, money, and energy into creating. We also value our lake community and neighbors and don't want our renters to invade their cottage experience either. We have not had any issue with the bylaw or any complaints of any kind. Thank you for taking the time to hear our thoughts and concerns.
Thank you very much. And well within the 5 minutes. Committee, any questions for the presenter? Councillor Kent? No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I was in the back corner here. So, well, was it back? We were still doing back row, but if you'd like to come up, Nora, by all means.
When did you get out of it?
All right. You certainly know the routine, so.
You should know that routine as well. Oh, okay. I'm Nora Fountain of the Muskoka Lakes Chamber, serving Muskoka Lake business from our central office in Bala at 3181 Muskoka Road 169. Thank you for the chance to speak to this draft bylaw. At the public meeting on July 18th, our chamber asked that the business community be consulted during preparation of a draft bylaw that governs business. We followed up July 24th by sending a policy brief with recommendations to bylaw, planning, and the public input email. And we stated, while supportive of a proposed bylaw, it's our opinion that having businesses in the sector at the table will help you produce a draft bylaw that might be effectively accepted by the community at large. After what you've heard today, we hope you will want to work with us and business directly to help make that happen. In July, we asked, and unlike Andy, I will flog a dead horse here, but we asked that the business community be directly consulted, that the township avoid extreme measures, that the definition of short-term rentals in the draft bylaw communicate the difference between professionally managed vacation rentals and unmanaged short-term rentals. We also stated for future consideration that bylaws should be consistent across Muskoka. Today, I'll be more specific in repeating those asks. Our chamber, along with chamber members that rely on tourism, respectfully requests an in-person meeting with the bylaw officer, planning director, economic development officer, and the mayor. We'd like to meet before another draft goes to council for consideration, and that the notes from that meeting be shared in full with council. 2, your staff report noted that public input demonstrated a desire to ensure that any license application process not be burdensome. We think the draft measures don't necessarily reflect that desire. Worse, some of them will harm our local economy and business community. Specifically, we ask that you strike 3.5B, the no rentals less than 3 days after Labor Day and before Victoria Day, in winter, for example. Our communities work really hard to extend the shoulder season with events like Cranberry Festival and Oktoberfest, not only to drive business, but to ensure employees get more hours so they'll want to come back in May. People will rent for 1 or 2 nights, but to say they have to do it for 3, it just kills the concept of a 365-day-a-year economy in Muskoka Lakes. We have hotels that aren't even open in winter. We need beds to sustain tourism and to encourage more local spend. Tourism is our #1 economic driver. Children are still in school in May and June. Perhaps we could consider allowing shorter stays and changing the bylaw to start the 7-day minimum on Canada Day. You know the economic impact of tourism, but I'm going to give you a refresher of the district data we shared at the public meeting. Rentals on the Big 3 lakes account for $62 million of economic activity and 523 direct and indirect jobs. And supply chains from this sector are short. That's good for the environment and also good for local business. At that meeting, we also applauded that Township wasn't considering a straight-out ban. But the measures in this draft are so extreme, in our opinion, that some are treating it like it is a ban. They're already going underground with how they market and provide short stays. Nobody wants that. We supported licensing to weed out bad actors. Also, the 50% summer rental restriction harms our seasonal residents. You've heard that. They rent all summer so they can pay the taxes on their family homes. And you know what wasn't said was that many of those same people want rental companies to deal with the vetting and everything else. For example, your responsible person within 1 hour proposed rule. These rental companies have proactive procedures in place and people on standby, which brings me to our main ask. In the STR definition today, there is still no differentiation between properly managed vacation rental companies and unmanaged rentals. And not to negate the good hosts that spoke here today or private owners, but at the very, very least, if you are a business that has achieved TICO, Travel Industry of Ontario status, so you're licensed under the Travel Act of Ontario to sell accommodations, we believe these businesses should be treated and respected the same as any good travel or accommodations operator. And there should be no 50% during this time or that. No other bylaw in Muskoka has that restriction. Thank you for bringing this draft bylaw to the public's attention. The Chamber sent an email this morning requesting an in-person meeting with staff and councillors to hear from the business community directly. I apologize that I wasn't clear before. Clear is kind. We asked to be consulted, but we never specifically asked for a meeting. And we know that you've met with others, and I'll take that on. So please, can we set a date before you draft your next draft bylaw? We'd really like to do that. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee to Ms. Fountain? Very well. We'll move on to the next. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next Zoom participant. Good afternoon. Mr. Lawton, is it? You need to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me.
Well, go ahead and start with your name, address, and your relationship with short-term rentals.
Thank you. My name is Eric Lawton. My wife and I are the owners of a cottage at 1056 Whitings Road in Torrance, Ontario. This is a small two-bedroom, non-winterized cottage in Torrance that is close to, but not right on, Lake Muskoka. We have been renting it out on a short-term basis in the summer and fall for about 6 years now. It has a maximum capacity of 5 people. I have both a recommendation to make to the committee and also a question. But first, I'd like to say that I agree with many of the comments that have been made by other presenters today, and my views particularly align with those that have been expressed by Sandy McNair, Jessica Rowan, Cheryl McMillan, and David Warner as hosts of non-lakefront properties, which applies to us. We constantly hear that the small size of our cottage, its location on a large tree lot, its proximity to the lake, but not being right on the water, and most of all, our reasonable rates are really appreciated by the young couples and the seniors who cannot afford to rent the larger, more expensive lakefront properties. And they don't want that experience of a large lakefront cottage. They're looking for a small, traditional cottage for a short vacation in one of the most beautiful parts of the country. They long to come to the area to experience Muskoka's beauty and history. All of our guests have been respectful of the property and the community, following the rules on the noise and campfires, etc., because they want to leave it as they found it. And many of them have an intention of coming back year after year. Sometimes, particularly for, we see with honeymoon couples, they come back the next year with a small baby, and they want to begin a tradition of having a cottage vacation in Muskoka. When we're renting the cottage, we stay in another one-bedroom cabin on the property to keep an eye on things and answer questions. And now we'll get to my concern, which is that there is currently no provision in the bylaw that protects responsible and respectful hosts like us against owners who are, or other neighbors who are filing complaints on the activities of either the guests that we're renting to or us or people within the family that we're letting stay at our cottage. We have already had experiences where our guests or ourselves have faced harassment and intimidating behavior by one or two of our neighbors for things that are activities that we're engaged in, such as using the public dock close to our property to swim in the lake or having small campfires that are within our rights and within the rules within the municipality, including fire bans at the time. So my concern is that this activity by some of our neighbors will increase under this new bylaw and its complaint provisions to escalate the intimidating and discriminatory behavior towards the people like us who are using the Muskoka properties and following the rules. So my concern is similar to what has been seen in other municipalities or other cities that result in law enforcement being called, for example.
Mr. Lawton, you're coming up on your 5 minutes.
Okay. So I would recommend that you include a provision similar to what's already existing in access to information legislation to deal with frivolous and vexatious requests. And they're defined as complaints that are based on an exceeding number of requests to the municipality or that are made in bad faith and that result in undue use of institutional resources.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lawton.
Okay.
You're past your 5 minutes now. Thank you. All right, back. Any questions for Mr. Lawton from committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Back in the room, I am going to take the lady over here because I know she has a deadline. Is there anybody else that has a deadline that they have to be out by? Then maybe we'll do you next. Mr. Mayor, you're not allowed a deadline. Welcome.
Thank you. So today in person and in Zoom.
Thank you. Is that better? Oh, there we go. A little bit of an echo, but my name is Ruth McGuirl and I have a family cottage on 1054 Echo Beach Road, Utterton. I'm a cottage owner and I also rent it out for part of the time to make ends meet. I thank you for welcoming our input from the public on the potential regulation of short-term rentals and giving me time to express my thoughts and provide this venue for people who have concerns. I also thank members of the council for the time they put into this process. It's clear there's a lot of care and concern for the township of Muskoka Lakes. Just to give you a very brief background, I bought the family cottage that I have with the goal of having something suitable for my father who has mobility issues. And it's on 3 Mile Lake, which is where we grew up going to our grandmother's cottage. My parents worked for a charity, so they weren't able to purchase that cottage when it was sold, but this cottage is right around the corner and it's been a lifelong dream. The reason that I rent it out is to make ends meet. As everyone knows, cottage prices have soared quite a bit during COVID, and it just simply wasn't manageable without renting it out part of the time. So it's sort of half and half. I have 3 main points I'd like to make about the bylaws. First of all, a healthy tourism sector in Muskoka provides jobs for the residents of Muskoka and helps ensure stable population and residential and business property tax base. Responsible short-term rental ownership should be encouraged and supported, as this provides tourists with a place to stay when they come to Muskoka for a vacation and maintains the viability of the Muskoka business and township. Secondly, the most efficient and cost-effective approach to maintain a healthy short-term rental regime, in my respectful view, is to reward the honest and law-abiding short-term rental owners and penalize the small minority who are causing problems by having increased law enforcement and more bylaw officers. Third, if it's determined that some increased regulation is required, I would ask that it be reasonable and limited, specifically lower licensing fees, fewer regulations, no limit to the days per year. As you've heard, that's been quite a common thread today, as you've heard. And I'd suggest that when licenses are too expensive or the regime is too onerous, you simply will have people who won't comply, they'll go underground. And then those problem properties, the very ones that we're trying to target, will simply not be regulated. So for my first point, with respect to the healthy tourism in Muskoka, looking at the big picture, the cottage that I rent, I can say that I've employed many people, including housekeepers, people who have contracts that are working on plumbing, land maintenance, that kind of thing. I also buy gifts from local stores and shops, and I send all of my guests a whole list of the local shops, markets, and tourism sites so that they're doing that hopefully before and after they come up. I would like to just suggest that we also look at the actual factor in terms of the problem that we have here. In 2023, I listened to the April meeting of this council, and basically there are 800 unique short-term rental locations, but there were only 13 registered complaints. And that's a very, very small number. And it was Councillor Kent, I believe, who said, we don't want to take a sledgehammer to a very small problem. So in this case, I think that it's something where we need to really look at who are those problem properties and then target them. Owners can self-regulate. One way that I've done that is I will have a phone call with all of my renters before they come up. I vet them. If there's anyone who I even think is going to be problematic, and I'll ask who's coming and the whole background, and I'll take time to do that, then I won't rent to them. And I've turned people down even if I'm losing money. I have security video on the front of the cottage. This is disclosed to the renters so they know the number of people who are coming. So anyone who's going to try to have a party behind your back, I'm taking the proactive approach to say this is not the cottage for that. I also take a damage deposit. So those people leave a damage deposit. If there's any issue, that person who's paid and who's renting, they're going to regulate then their guests who are coming. And I also don't take their word for it. I have a contract that they sign. They initially each page, it refers to the bylaws. They need to follow them. And if they don't, then they could have termination. And they know that and they sign for that. And I suggest that's something that could be incorporated into the bylaw to give a little bit more teeth to the owner just saying, oh, hey, I don't want the tenants to do anything that goes against our bylaws.
You are coming up to your 5 minutes.
Okay. So very quickly, I think the licensing fee should be more in the range of $100 to $200. Everyone registers for a driver's license. I think more people would comply. There should be no limits on the days. And there's also one of the regulations that says that the bylaw officer can come on the property at any time. And that's also very troubling. It's 15.1. And even in the criminal regime, when there's organized crime or drug dealing, officers have to get a search warrant. I suggest that renting a cottage is much less serious than something like that. And that is somewhat of an invasion of privacy that goes beyond. So those are my comments, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. So you clearly run a really excellent operation. You're obviously very buttoned down and very detailed. Just for my thoughts, once again, could you explain what it is about this bylaw that you, as a cottager, just can't tolerate?
My concern with it is the compliance. And when I look at the issue, we have 800 rentals and only 13 registered complaints in 2023. And I appreciate that there were more calls and emails, but those were the only registered complaints where bylaw enforcement was involved. And those only involved 10 properties. And of those 10 properties, we don't know whether those were just cottage owners or whether they're even rental properties. But all the same, let's say they were. This is a small problem. And I think that we need to focus this energy and money and resources and everyone who's here and concerned into targeting the problem. And targeting the problem, I suggest, is more bylaw officers, fund that, provide more, have someone who's strong and understands the system overseeing it, and really target those problem properties. You have other people who are just trying to make ends meet, and you've seen many of them represented here today, and you're adding a huge burden onto people who want to follow the law. I mean, anyone who's got a short-term, anyone who has a small business, who's paid their taxes, who has to just go through all the, HST and reporting and keep your receipts and is doing it honestly, that's a lot of work. It's an incredible amount of work. And I can tell you, after I haven't had my own business for long, but after having it for a few years, I can tell you it's very eye-opening. And for people who have done it for even longer than I have, my hat is off to them, because it's quite a bit to stay afloat. And you're adding layers on top of a system that's working. My concern is that we should focus on the problem.
Thank you.
I thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Seeing none. We will go to a Zoom and then we'll.
If I may be excused, please. Thank you.
We have the next Zoom participant. All right, we can see you. And it looks like you're off mute, so please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi there. My name is Kim Downs, and we own 2 properties on River Street in Bala, side by side. One is our personal seasonal cottage, and one.
Excuse me, could you give us your address? Apparently, we need your address for the records.
Sure. 1091 River Street.
Thank you.
So this is we use one for our family, seasonal residents, and we use one for family visiting as well as renting out to carry some of the costs of running the property. As I'm going to repeat a few things that everyone has said. We are a small cottage, and even small cottages have high costs to maintain. I hear lots of talk about just paying taxes, but there are so many other costs involved in keeping a property. And I think a part of the perspective of thinking that this is a money-making business is incorrect. Many of us rented these properties not to make money, but to keep up with all the costs of having a property in beautiful Muskoka Lakes. As others have mentioned today, we vet our renters meticulously, speak to them on the phone, security deposits, and we are next door. I think I'm a highly capable individual with love for my community, and I think I can self-regulate this. I don't think there is a need for a bylaw. I want to address actually one main comment that has been brought up a few times by council, is the rationale that STRs are detrimental to our community character. I'd like to beg to differ with this. We love our little town. We're in Bala. We love our little town of Bala, and we share that love with our renters. They visit the places we like to visit. They spend money at the places we recommend to them. We have repeat renters come back because they love the area. And they respect our neighbors. So I don't think it is a detriment to the community. I think it's actually a positive bringing people in. I would like to state also that we realize some residents have had negative experiences with STRs, but from what we're hearing, the complaints are minimal and it's not a widespread issue. And we personally have not had any complaints on our property. So as summarized in our previous letter to Muskoka Lakes, the complaints that the township survey were the main complaints were noise, fireworks, septic overuse, and we have bylaws for these infractions. So our issue, we believe, is not an STR problem. It's a bylaw enforcement issue. And I think some people have also commented on this today. So I guess I ask, why do we need a new, far-reaching, punitive, restrictive bylaw? This proposed STR bylaw, we believe, is onerous, expensive to the STR owners, as well as the township, and as someone else has mentioned, difficult to enforce. We already have difficulties enforcing present bylaws, which is why we're here. it doesn't make sense to add a new one, and definitely not one as restrictive and complicated as the proposed one we're looking at today. So I encourage council and staff to pause on this bylaw and to closely look at more bylaw enforcement and find a way to address the real issue, which is that's what we believe it is. I think it's noteworthy to also mention that Seguin Township, who shares many of the same dynamics as the Township of Muskoka Lakes, has decided to do just that, beef up their bylaws and enforcement and focus on the properties causing the issues and not the majority of the STR owners you've heard from today. I think Phil Harding earlier this morning had a really interesting proposal, and I think the township really needs to consider this. Keep it simple and target the problem properties. I think that's what we need to focus on. I specifically want to...
You are coming up on your 5 minutes.
Okay. Specifically want to address the high fees, the 50% rule, the 7-day minimum. As everybody has said, it will affect our businesses, our trades, everything. I think everybody has also really commented on this, so I'm not going to go any further, but I think it's very punitive what you've decided to do, and I think we really need to focus on bylaw enforcement. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? All right.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be here in the room.
Hi, my name is Kathy Thompson. I was born and raised in Muskoka. We do own a short-term rental company, and we do also own multiple properties in the area.
Kat, could you give us your address, please?
Yep, 1093 Melford Bay Road. Okay, so I have a couple of ideas and points. We ask that you consider a tourist accommodation tax of 3% on all rentals instead of enforcing this, because this helps even the playing field. While we do have some super high-end cottages that rent out for a lot per night, we also help manage the properties of the little guy with a basement apartment. They need the money to feed their kids. Those people cannot afford this $1,000 fee. They just can't. Like, I think a 3% accommodation tax added onto each stay will help level things. These properties that rent out for $50,000 a night will pay the 3%. What we need is increased bylaw. We've had very little complaints at our properties. I do own a staff housing in the area. That is the property that has the most complaints. That property is a long-term rental. So this will not address that problem. Because that property has so many issues or has had a few issues, I no longer wish to own that property and I'm in the process of selling it. This bylaw will not address that issue. I also feel that the hotline should be for people in the area, period. In the area that I reside in, it's not the people short-term renting that are causing the noise. It is the locals having parties almost every weekend. It is a fact. I also want to address a fairly sensitive topic. This is something I have seen across the board. There is a lot of systemic racism in this community. My neighbors have said to me, that's okay, we like it when you rent to the white workers, but can you please tell the people from the city to stop coming down and playing that music? There's no place for that here. This is across the board at our rentals. We manage many properties, many different ethnicities. I see the complaints are way higher for the properties owned by people that do not look like me. It's the guy across the road, he'll be calling it in. Issues, but if the owner of the property looks like me, the complaints are way lower. This is a problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions for me?
Well,
sorry.
No, that's fine. Are there any questions from committee? Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation. The next Zoom participant. Just while we're waiting for that, a show of hands or of how many are left in the room to present? Just one. Okay, so we might we'll do you next, and then the rest will all be Zoom, I think. Well, no, sorry, after, we've got a Zoom person coming in, then we'll do you after. How do we know?
It's like a human rain delay.
It takes some people time to
Yeah.
accept the invite in and so on and so forth.
Sally's still logged in. Sally's still.
Yeah, it's like they're talking on the phone. That's why they don't have to have their camera on. They can phone this in, right? So that's been the approach that Cheryl took.
I just want to make sure she's.
Yeah, no, I've been watching that. They're still in the.
Yeah.
And Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Cantor, all.
They can hear us.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, right.
I'm new.
God, I have no excuse.
If you can, I think your mic is on, so perhaps you could say something. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's me you're talking to.
Well, yes, I think it is the one.
Okay, I pressed on the button. I wasn't sure how to become a panelist, the person to speak.
Well, you are now a panelist, and your camera is just showing a blur. If you could get your camera in focus, that would be fine. Otherwise, just proceed.
Okay, thank you.
And start with your name and address and your relationship to short-term rentals.
Yeah, so I operate a short-term rental only for a short time. Name is Adam Cole. Okay, it's at 2932 Muskoka Road in Port Carling. Okay, so I think Muskoka Lakes is unique in respect to short-term rental. First off, it's very dependent on short-term rental from an economic point of view. I don't see that people that live come there as owners will spend as much money as the people who are renting there. Okay, that's a fact. There's plenty of people that have already spoken out against this new bylaw requirement. The issue is economic development for the community. My desire is to retire there in 5 years. From now until then, I wish to rent, during the peak season, to be able to afford the property from now until then, which is very important in my, financial plan. All right, by bringing this into play, what you've done now is, unfortunately, I've already spent a lot of money. I probably spent $350,000 on the property, replacing kitchens, opening up rooms, in respect to other things. And my plan was to build out a bunkie that I can use in the interim, which is now the brakes are on. That's about $500,000. So when I'm speaking to that, first of all, I'm talking about me hiring and have hired people within the community to do work on my property. I just put in a cistern because the water is not, the well's not generating enough water. That's an example of it. That's $20,000 endeavor. And I can go on and on and on with the list. So I hope that the council, I respect the fact that you want to regulate things, but again, just like everybody else, the issue is this: picking on short-term rental, okay, versus actually bringing in bylaw enforcement will not help the community, okay? I wouldn't like people making excessive noise. I wouldn't want them to do anything. I regulate who I put into my property. I make sure you said you want a minimum rental day. Yes, I did that myself by implementing a 3-day stay to avoid a 2-day stay where money can be spent on partying and having fun. I would love to only have 7-day stay, but it's not going to happen. I'll tell you that. I've got some and some that would like even more. Okay, but not everybody can afford that. So is the community welcoming, the business activity of these people? Are we catering to people who are wealthy versus people who do not have the means? Okay, so that's very important. You have to understand that the world has changed in regard to costs and ability. Again, I've got the property mortgaged. Okay, I need to pay my mortgage. and I need to pay my property taxes, which I do. I want to be an upstanding member. I put everything in place. I put a generator in place. I put an actual bin for garbage. I put in requirements and restrictions, okay, on people, and I make sure that I vet them because they have ratings as well on these short-term rental, and so do I. And I want mine the best, and I want theirs. I only want the best out of those people. I try to cater only to families, okay, but at times you will get a group, and I had a group come to me with, desire to rent for 2 days, guys golfing. I said, no, 3 days, and I don't care if I lose them. So in other words, people who are, the majority of the people here, you've got 800 and some odd people that are renting out, okay? They have a vested interest in their property. The vast majority, if they do not run the operation correctly, they will fail and burn 100%. In other words, their property is going to get trashed by those people who are partying. They will then end up spending more money and learn their lesson that way. So economically, I'm going to say from the point of view of, I hire and employ people to service and take care of my property. I've done HVAC work, plumbing work. I've done, like, the amount of money I brought to the community is enormous, and the amount that I plan to bring there is going to be enormous. But you understand, from a business point of view, this is not going to be good for the community as a whole. The other thing I noticed is the number of
Sir, if you'd like to wrap it up, you have about 30 seconds left, maybe.
Okay, I'm sorry. The other thing too is, people are not talking about the other costs associated other than licensing, because you want, these reports for septic, you want reports on planning, site plan, on and on and on. They're way larger than that. Okay. The other thing is your budget. Your budget accounts for $300,000 in penalties and fines, which tells me you're expecting the vast majority of people go underground. There's only $100,000 in your budget of fees collected for short-term rentals, which is not even equating to the 800 people or units that you have. So your budget's out of whack. In other words, you're going to be in the red all day
Sir,
long.
your 5 minutes is now up.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for your comments.
Can I make one last statement? The last thing I see in here is that you want us as owners to sign off on renters. If there's a criminal activity that occurs on my property, I have no desire to be responsible for anything that a renter does. Please place the responsibility on the renters.
Sir, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from committee? All right, thank you. Final presenter from the room here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Gordon Olson. I reside on 1175 Golden Beach Road in Bracebridge. I'm here on behalf of my wife and my daughter, who have chosen short-term rentals as a career. As many people have stated, seeing the details of this bylaw are onerous, and I do not see that it resolves the problem that it is trying to address. First of all, as careers, for whatever reason, this is what they've decided to do and invest their time and money into, and I support them, just like I support any of you who have chosen a career that you've chosen. If you put restrictions that you have suggested in this bylaw to restrict the number of nights that people can stay here, or requiring a number of nights to stay here, my daughter and my wife will lose 70 to 80, maybe even 90% of their salary, their income. There's not one person in this room from today or any other day that would stand up and say, I would like to give up 90% of my income to support this bylaw. This is a chosen career, just like any of yours, and they will be penalized for it. Every time a bylaw is created or a law is created, you take away a freedom. And those freedoms affect people's ability to move in this country, affect the ability for us to share the beauty of Muskoka. I'm an immigrant to Canada, and I love this part of the world, and I love to share it. And by telling people you can't come unless you're willing to invest in 7 days, limits their ability to travel, limits their ability to see this beautiful area. And I don't think you're going to address or solve any of the problems. We've had rental properties for quite some time, and we have had zero complaints, zero bylaw office calls. And I don't think that the problems that you're trying to address are caused specifically because of short-term renters. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Committee questions? Thank for your brevity. All right, I think we have some more Zoom, so we will. Pardon?
There's 11.
We now have 11 people in Zoom, so we will just do them one after the other. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Well, start with your name, address, and relationship to short-term rentals. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Files. I am a property owner and a short-term rental host. My address is 1039 Butter and Egg Road. I am here today to advocate for myself, for my property, for the people who want to come to Muskoka. My history is that my dad is a retired firefighter in Gravenhurst. We've been cottagers in Bella previously. I worked 2 jobs. I'm a single parent. I had enough money saved to invest in my own property with hopes of retiring in Muskoka. I have to offset my costs using short-term rental as that stream of income. I have a very small property, so I am not a lakefront property that is hosting. I'm making maybe $100 to $150 a night at my property. I have no profits except for knowing that I am sharing Muskoka with others and being able to achieve a dream for myself down the line to retire there. My big challenge here is the 50%, the minimum days. If you look at my calendar for the past 3 years, you will see that there is very small amounts of people that can come for less than 3 nights or up to over 7 days. I think that we are discriminating against a lot of people, including myself as a single parent. I would not be able to afford to go for 7-night stays, even locally. So this is really pushing out a vast majority of people who want to just get away from the city and have an experience of having a cottage. That is a very privileged opportunity. Being able to say that I have had 0 noise complaints. I have hosted locals renovating their homes through Bracebridge, coming to my property to stay. I've hosted workers. I vet everybody. I love my property. It is a property that I use myself when it is available. My family goes there. So this is a home that when we're opening our doors as hosts, we are absolutely ensuring that this is a place where we want people to go and respect it. Not only respecting the investment that we've made, but also respecting our neighbors in the community. My neighbors, I've employed them. They make money off of my property. They are my plowers. They are helpful for property management. They are helpful for repairs. We also obviously are supporting local businesses. If you were to enter into my property, you would see that I am hosting, encouraging small businesses. I have partnerships with small businesses, including my cleaners, my lawn care, and the list goes on, like others have said. Ultimately, the restriction on the minimum days, 7 nights, 3 days, 50%, it's going to force me to leave this property. And I think that we're also ignoring here that there is not a large amount of people that are making big amounts of money to sustain this. As a homeowner in general, it takes a lot of money to sustain a home, and there's many layers to it. I have now encouraged this job as my 3rd job, and I put everything into it. I love my property. I love the community of Muskoka. I am not against regulations. I think that there's a place for them, but I think that this is very punitive for good, responsible hosts. We have not had any challenges, and I am open to making sure that we continue to host responsibly. But ultimately, this is just very restricting for guests, for homeowners, and for hosts who are responsible.
Thank you very much. Committee. No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. The next presenter, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. My name is David Nicholson. I own a property at 1050 Wares Road in Gravenhurst, Township of Muskoka Lakes. I am a realtor with over 24 years experience in long and short-term rentals in addition to purchase and sales. I do not, however, currently own, operate, or manage a short-term rental for myself or any other clients. I wanted to speak today mostly to ask some questions. And that first question is, are any of the members of council owners of hotels or bed and breakfast operations?
I'll just quick answer that. At the beginning of the meeting, we had one counselor who recused himself from the media firm pecuniary interests. Others have not declared any pecuniary interest.
Okay. My next question to council is, are you aware of the existing or any existing permitting and licensing requirements for bed and breakfast operations?
I think the answers to most of your questions is that we're quite well aware what's going on here. What we're interested in this meeting is to get your opinions about our draft bylaw, and if you could follow along those lines.
Yeah. So my opinion is that just to answer that question, there are actually no permitting licensing requirements to operate a bed and breakfast in the Township of Muskoka Lakes. There are no fees required, no permitting, no food service or alcohol licensing requirements. And I just think that the proposed regulations for short-term rental operators seem awfully discriminatory unless bed and breakfast operators are included in this legislation. It would seem entirely unfair to regulate one part of the recreational property rental market and not address the other.
Thank you. Any other comments? You do have a bit of time.
All of my other comments echo everyone else's comments.
Thank you. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. And thank you for recognizing that the other comments are you agree with them. So it keeps it shorter. The next one would be, I should ask, were there any questions to committee? No, fine. The next Zoom then, please. Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, if you give us your name, address, and relationship to short-term rentals. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Caleb Lukeson. I have a short-term rental property in Torrance at 1110 Ridge Road. I'm here as a local business owner and as a local property owner, STR owner. As a business owner, I have a positive outlook on the effect STRs have on the Muskoka Lakes economy. So I can't help but make mention to that throughout my feedback. However, I'll be approaching my concerns primarily from the position of a non-lakefront STR property owner, as my property is zoned WR2 waterfront backlot. I have no lakefront or access to it. I believe the current draft bylaw is a blanketed approach looking to solve what is mainly a lakefront property problem. From here, I had many points to mention that I'll refrain from repeating now. But if I understand correctly, though, the only survey presented to the public focused on the question, should there be a bylaw restricting STRs? It did not mention what those restrictions might be. It didn't include the possibility of what seems to be extreme measures that could be taken as outlined in this draft. I'm concerned a copy and paste approach has been applied based on what other regions have implemented in their townships. This lacking a data-driven in-depth study on Muskoka Lake specific issues and appropriate solutions. As we just heard it, if the facts are true from Mr. McNair, dogs were the cause of more complaints than STR users were. Where's the dog bylaw? It seems to highlight the misguided effort and possible ineffectiveness of the 50-50 and 7-night minimum rule, actually achieving the desired goal. I do support a form of licensing for the sake of monitoring and oversight, but restrictions don't change behavior. It won't make guests quieter. Consequences can. Hence, the point system and oversight seems to be more effective than any nightly restriction would be. Reviewing the November meeting, I constantly heard arguments for and against issues based on waterfront specific properties, things like small lots, lacking noise barriers to neighbors, small driveways, creating lack of parking, crowded waterfronts, and inexperienced watercraft operators. I don't recall a single mention of non-lakefront property being the cause of a complaint. Typically, non-lakefront properties have greater distances from neighbors. They aren't attracting summer parties. They are more affordable and more family-oriented. Personally, my property is on 5 acres and has plenty of parking and natural sound barriers in the forest around my house. Since renting in July of 23, I've had all but 4 weekends of the entire year rented, meaning 2 to 3 night bookings is what my entire revenue came from, with not a single complaint from neighbors or town. My property is suited for this activity. Also, I have a doorbell camera that can catch if the noise is too loud during quiet hours, and an additional camera viewing my driveway so I know how many people and cars are present at all times. I take the responsibility to remind my guests of the house rules and if any are being broken. That should be my responsibility, not a burden put on the town or a neighbor. This is a more realistic practice to solving a noise problem and possibly more effective than using town resources to enforce. I don't see how the draft bylaw will solve noise complaints by increasing the nightly stays. It just means the noise will be 7 days straight instead of 2 or 3. Is there data that the planning committee has that would prove these specific restrictions would directly result in the problem being resolved? Plus, what exactly is the problem? Is there data that says the majority of complaints are due to STRs? Or is it private property owners hosting their own events? Should a new survey be done with more details included? Should this bylaw be paused and this summer be used to collect more information? Here I was going to speak about the plans and quality of my guests this summer who are 3 and 4 night bookings, attending 3 and 4 night bookings, attending weddings and multi-generational family trips. I'll skip that and mention my point right away. There have been many unfair generalizations that have been made as if the general Muskoka guest is a weekend partier. This simply isn't the truth. This blanket bylaw has mass ripple effects. I'm surprised by the intentions to have this pushed through for this summer without considering these negative implications and possible ineffectiveness of the law itself. As Andy mentioned earlier, his business hosts parties for private owners. This bylaw wouldn't touch them if they had an infraction, but I fear that my assumption is true and that there's some lakefront owners are the ones wanting this law based on a small number of complaints that may not even have to do with STRs. However,
You are coming up on your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I understand the hesitation to piece up a bylaw with different variations. Either way, I believe it is in the committee's responsibility to do pointed analysis on where these complaints are coming from and determine based on factual data whether STRs are even the major cause of the issue. I could support a revised bylaw if more work was done to clarify those things.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions, committee? Can we have the next Zoom then?
All right, I think you have me here.
You do. Good afternoon. If you start with your name, address, and relationship with short-term rentals, please.
Fantastic. My name is David Skorek. My home and primary residence is 55 Joseph Street, walking distance to your office, not a waterfront property. I also have family members, however, who do have waterfront property in the township. And I am an occasional short-term rental host, although I don't have any short-term rental plans for 2024 so far. As a single guy, I use my occasional rentals in the summer to offset my grossly inflated variable rate mortgage. And I came on this morning initially watching the YouTube feed with intention only to submit my comments by email later, because I really just wanted to get a little bit more information about what's going on and what everybody's thoughts are on the subject of short-term rentals. But there is one thought that crossed my mind that I thought would greatly benefit everybody in the room. Because in the room today, you've had people from a wide variety of backgrounds and concerns. You've had business owners, short-term rental hosts, travel companies, cottagers, residents, council members, committee members. and many of whom could maybe benefit from pondering this one thought. Because there are a lot of short-term rentals bylaws that have kind of been sweeping across Ontario in the last couple of years. We've seen them in neighboring municipalities. And I would like to suggest that of all the municipalities in Muskoka, TML is the most reliant on tourism and cottage-related business. We have less year-round businesses and residents than Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, Huntsville, Parry Sound. And that means that this bylaw that we're considering today could potentially have a bigger economic impact than similar bylaws would in neighboring communities. And that's all I'd like to share.
Thank you very much. Very succinct point that I think we haven't heard this morning or today yet. So thank you. Any questions from committee? All right then. Our next Zoom. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Please identify yourself and address and relationship with short-term rentals.
Sure. My name is Matt Peters, and I have a cottage at 1202, formerly Muskoka Road 38. I still haven't figured out how to pronounce the new name yet, but I'm working on it. So my family has been enjoying Muskoka since 1980. We recently purchased a cottage in 2019, and we love it. We are trying to become an active member of the community. We volunteer in the community. We participate in different activities. I'm not going to talk about a lot of the other things that have been mentioned. One of the things that I think I've noticed is that the demerit system that you're suggesting for the bylaws is strictly punitive. So you get demerits, and then basically you're fined for things that you do as a host if you're not sort of fulfilling your host obligations. I think there's no system in place to incentivize people to become good hosts. One of the things that I've heard on the panel is all sorts of really, really strong hosts coming to sort of share their positive experience like mine. And this set of bylaws does not incentivize people to sort of become a good host. It basically just says, don't screw up. And so I think, is there a way for us to, or for the council to consider connecting the punitive measures or the demerits to some of the regulations that you're expecting? And so perhaps if somebody gets a certain amount of demerits, then they have limitations that they must then have to sort of accommodate based on the fact that they haven't been being a good host. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that it seems like one of the issues is bylaw enforcement, and I can totally respect the fact that there are limited resources in the township, and you want to be able to afford to hire bylaw officers and be able to sort of administer sort of that protection to all of us, because I include myself in that as well. But the challenge is how to afford that. It just seems though this proposal taxes short-term rental hosts in order to afford sort of more stringent bylaw enforcement. And so I think that that's unfortunate, and that would be frustrating for me to, as a responsible host, that I'm paying for even more increased bylaw enforcement for problems that short-term rentals aren't really creating, in my opinion. Those are the additional comments that I wanted to make, along with all of the other ones that have been made. And also, I just wanted to also mention that I very much respect the fact that the council, like me, has been on since 9 o'clock to listen to all of our concerns. And so I've appreciated the fact that I actually got to speak as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thanks for your comments. Any questions from committee? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peters, I'd like a little better understanding of what you were proposing. You said incentivize, I think you said incentivize good hosting behavior as opposed to or along with the demerit system. Just help me understand how that would work.
Sure. So I think the way that I've roughly pictured it is that if a short-term rental host who is registered, I would begrudgingly register, because I know that that's probably one of the best ways to sort of maintain who is renting and who is not. If that person is maintaining, sort of a good, safe property, if they're making sure they're vetting their guests, if they're making sure that they're participating in informing their guests of the expectations in the township and not creating any issues, then they shouldn't have necessarily any of the limitations that are listed. However, as hosts gain demerits, perhaps, then they would get a limitation on when and how they can rent and how long they can rent to, and in terms of what times they can rent as well. So as a person gets demerit points, they lose the privilege of hosting. That basically incentivizes people to say, well, it's my privilege to lose, rather than to say, I've already lost sort of a lot of the choices that I have and the flexibility that I have, even though I didn't do anything to deserve losing that flexibility.
Thank you. That helped. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And the next Zoom participant?
That's me again.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Laura Ender. I'm 23 Beaumont Bay Road in Utterson. I seem to be one of, I guess, the only, opposing parties today on the call. I've been here since 9 a.m. watching the majority being short-term rentals, people in favor of that, or owners of such residences. However, I'm kind of on the opposing side. I'll tell you a bit of background and give you some of my points to support this. My husband and I accomplished a lifelong dream and purchased our waterfront property in 2020. And at the time, on both sides, we had full-time residents, one of whom had actually lived there for 30 years. Unfortunately, due to the age of both of these neighbors, these cottages experienced real estate sales and turnovers. Both of these properties ended up becoming Airbnbs, unfortunately, for our sake. Now I'm surrounded, and the two of us, our family, surrounded 100% of the time with spring, summer, fall, and sometimes winter renters. I have personally rented properties in Muskoka prior to being an owner, so I understand the attraction of this and the desire for some families. However, there's a systemic issue here, and we cannot allow our communities to become completely transformed into rental communities rather than residential communities with these properties, which are really commercial properties at the end of the day. As the majority of speakers this morning have mentioned, their focus is the economic impact. Few have mentioned all of the other impacts that this has. They're worried about their own personal bottom lines, covering their costs of a second property, but the majority are not concerned for their neighbors, their community, the impacts this has on private gravel roads that are maintained by the community members that live there, the privacy that is lost when you're sharing your property every week with different neighbors next door, the impact on the septic system, the watersheds. As we know, the quality of lake and the quality of the water in the lakes in Muskoka has drastically changed over time, with renters often having a lot less consideration over filling boats and pollutants that are going to the lake, like fireworks. There's a larger economic impact by locals who live here year-round. Often that has been the argument today of the economic impact that this brings. However, with only 7 weeks often at a time of rentals or occasional winter rentals on the off season or 2 months a year, there's actually a greater impact for people who can live here year-round. As my neighbor, as I said, for 30 years, he supported the local stores, the convenience stores, the grocery stores, going out to restaurants all year round, not just for those 2 months of the year. I do support the current bylaw that has been proposed as a draft, with the maximum 50% of days permitted for rentals in the summer, as I feel like it is a fair compromise. But my question really comes down to, even though you have displayed some slides, how will this be regulated? Will this electronic system monitor the online postings, as many of these rentals post on many websites at the same time, VBRO, Airbnb, and other listing websites or other providers? Some speakers have mentioned that 50% will not cover their costs, but why have we allowed residential units to become commercial business entities and impact the entire community? They're not zoned as hotels or motels, but yet they function as such. Will there be a regulation on how they dispose of waste? We have had on more than one occasion renters place their waste in our own bins or neighbors' bins on our road with zero consideration because they didn't have their own way to maintain their waste and told them to take it home with them. Will there be a regulation for people who rent and bring their dogs with them? I know there is a dog bylaw policy, however, many are not informed of this. Currently, this is one of my most significant concerns. Each and every guest last summer on both rentals on both sides of our properties brought a dog or more than one dog with them, sometimes 3 or 4. Every Saturday or Sunday when the new renter rolls to check in, I have to ensure that me, my family, and my children are on guard to see, is this new dog friendly? Because they assume they're in Muskoka and let their dogs out of the car unleashed, running free for the entire time that they are there to rent. They're running across the lawn, barking, making noise, approaching and often jumping on our children. And I'm left to fear, what are the risks here that I'm going to have to incur with my own family? I've tried working with my neighbors, but this has fallen on deaf ears. They ask me not to complain to Airbnb. They do nothing themselves because they just want to make money. Airbnb briefly takes down the listing for a few days, and then it is up again because they don't care.
Your 5 minutes is coming up if you'd like to wrap it up.
Yeah, they're also in the business of making money themselves, and they don't really care about the community. There's also the concerns of snowmobiles running across our property and people with personal watercrafts that have no licenses. Last summer, I had children running across the lake on Sea-Doos that had no licenses, and my neighbor said that's an OPP issue when my children are swimming in the lake. Really, this comes down to the affordability. I mean, everyone's complained about fees and things like that, but we want to have supportive tourism. We can't even afford, as people who live here know, there's nowhere for people in Muskoka that want to work here to live. It's unaffordable, and this is not helping the problem. As you showed the map at the beginning of all the dots across the map, there's nowhere for people to even buy property because they're all being bought up by Airbnb. And
All right, thank you. You are well beyond your 5 minutes now. Thank you very much. Thoughtful input. Questions from committee? I see none. Can we have the next Zoom? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. Allie Brown speaking on behalf of our Muskoka Stakeholders Association to Bruce Wilson Drive, Muskoka Lakes, but also as myself, Alexander Brown, and my husband and I have actually operated an STR in Muskoka Lakes, actually across the street, and years ago, quite a few years ago, and it was run successfully with no complaints that we were aware of. We suggest that the council direct staff to engage with industry professionals to ensure that the bylaw effectively achieves its intended goals. The public needs to have ample time to comprehend the new penalty system and understand how the bylaw will be utilized within the township. While we value the public meeting happening today, we hope that the feedback will be carefully considered and prompt action will be taken to create a more balanced bylaw should one be necessary for implementation within the township. This draft STRA licensing bylaw is a costly endeavor, a complicated, onerous approach that will be burdensome for taxpayers, as we heard multiple times today. There are concerns regarding the implications and procedures associated with the proposed bylaw and the process for obtaining the STRA license. Given the potential burden, costs, and intricate details property owners are required to provide to the township staff, we question whether the existing bylaws could adequately address the issues raised. Can we strengthen the existing bylaws, such as those related to parking, noise, dog control, fireworks, etc., to address the reported complaints? Furthermore, with the recent approval of the new AMPS bylaw, can it be leveraged to address these issues effectively? At our Muskoka, it is our mission to advocate for a fair and equitable approach to all bylaws. Therefore, we would like to inquire if staff have been directed to collaborate with short-term rental professionals and acknowledge their expertise in the field. Concerns have been raised about potential negative implications for taxpayers who have been compliant, good neighbors, and have adhered to the responsible code of conduct on the township website. Additionally, considering the recent passing of the AMPS bylaw in the township of Muskoka Lakes, should this not empower our bylaw officers to address the reported issues more effectively? While we do not entirely oppose the idea of licensing, we believe that the current formulation of the STRA licensing bylaw could have unintended adverse effects on cottage owners who depend on renting to cover property taxes and maintenance with or without the use of professional services. We urge you to outline plans for educating township taxpayers and the local working community on the proposed penalty system and bylaw. Education should be a top priority across the board, and we request resources to help the community understand this potential bylaw should it be moving forward, as well as the current bylaws in place within the township. Our request is for assistance in conveying the rationale behind this specific bylaw, including why the existing ones cannot adequately address the complaints about short-term rentals. While our reasons for loving Muskoka may vary, ensuring the protection and enjoyment of our beloved community should unite us in simplifying bylaws to benefit and be fair for all property owners and business operators within the township. Thank you for considering our perspective and engaging in this crucial discussion today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will move on to the next presenter on Zoom.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Feely, and I own a cottage at 1234 Shea Road in Utterson. We bought this cottage a few years ago to give our family an opportunity to enjoy Muskoka, and we rent it out as a short-term rental to make ends meet when we're not using it as a family cottage. The issues that I have I've been at the meeting so far and read the staff reports. I am concerned that the bylaw doesn't really know what the issues are that need to be addressed. So, Council, you have directed staff to prepare a bylaw to deal with disruption and preserving community character. But all of the evidence and data that I'm hearing is that noise isn't actually a big disturbance in the community, and it's actually further unclear if rentals are the source of that noise disturbance. We've never had a noise complaint from our guests. The only complaint we ever received were for our guests of the neighbors who are owners. And this is a common theme. And isn't the community character also owners like myself who bring their families there and bring guests there to spend their hard-earned dollars? And isn't the community character also the local business? My second concern is that this bylaw will have unintended impacts on the local economy, which you've heard, but it's so important to keep hearing. I was happy to hear the chamber come out with some actual numbers today, but I'm not even sure those numbers fully capture the injection that short-term renters or hosts like myself put into the economy. In addition to our welcome book with our suggestions and local recommendations for excursions and restaurants and shops, we hire more local trades than your average homeowners for our renovations and our maintenance and our septic pump outs, our cleaners, and I source local gifts from local farmers that we give to each of our guests, maple syrup products. I don't know how that would be captured anywhere. There was a survey that was done, but that survey back in the fall, the results of it were completed 70% by non-renters, cottage owners, but not cottage renters. So I'm happy today that we're getting a bigger picture and that you're hearing from a bigger segment of the community. The 7-day minimum, in my opinion, is elitist, unaffordable, and old-fashioned. The 50% occupancy doesn't make sense to me in the off-season, nor in the summer for a town that is looking to continue to thrive, grow its tourism. It's harmful and unnecessary and doesn't get back to what I call those root or real concerns, and seem to have been pulled out of thin air. And I watched the October meeting when these were suggested to be added to the bylaw. As a previous speaker said, we need more facts to inform this bylaw. You have the fuller attention of the fuller community. Maybe now is a better time to do a survey that may be more reflective of the economic injection and economic impacts that such a bylaw as drafted today would have. So I have a family cottage. and it's made possible by the guests who want to spend their hard-earned money in this community. We care for our cottage immensely, and we vet our guests. We don't have a rental problem. But I see this process as having a problem in terms of lack of clear objections, data, or informed facts. Rely on the bylaws you have in place, be it noise, fireworks, or I just heard dog bylaws, and enforce them on the bad actors, whoever they are, whether they're hybrid cottage owners and hosts like myself, or they're full renters, or they're the owners. That's, to me, the most equitable way to get to the real issues and the real concerns. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? No. Thank you very much. You were well within our 5 minutes. So we will go to the next Zoom presenter, please.
So after this person, there's only 2, so you might want to call last call.
Mute. Start video.
There's 51.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Mary Rose Coleman. I live at 1 Donald Drive in Port Carling, and I am the co-owner of a boutique rental agency, Muskoka District Rentals. Just wanted to kind of cap off the conversations here with reiterating a point and emphasizing the importance of looking at the tax option. I really think a municipal tax, accommodation tax on rentals is a better strategy for the township in terms of making sure you have the revenue to cover the cost of trying to implement this bylaw. Having a $1,500 or $1,000 licensing fee is, as we've heard from many people, going to be beyond their capacity, their ability financially to afford. It's only, I think, $50 in Toronto as a point of comparison to get a license. The other township that I'm aware of that has a licensing fee, and I know their fee is $259 for Huntsville. So I think going at $1,000 is much too much for most individuals, and that you're not going to end up generating the kinds of fees you need to cover the costs of bylaw enforcement in this case. So I'm proposing that you consider which has been mentioned by a previous speaker, a municipal tax that would generate the revenue you need in order to have this plan go through. I'm otherwise in support of most of the plan, with, again, the only exception being that 50% of the year restriction, I think, should be a calendar year rather than for the summer months. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, committee? Nope. I guess you were very succinct. Thank you. We'll go to the next Zoom presenter. I think we only have 1 or 2 left. So if there is anybody who hasn't figured out how to get into the Zoom meeting and wants to speak, they should do it now. But we've got, I think it's 2 left, is it? About 2 left. So that might change, but let's go to the next one. Anna, we can see that you're trying to get in, but you are on mute at the moment.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Can you turn your camera on? Will that work?
I did try. I'm not sure why it's not working. I was there earlier. I was sitting in the front and had to leave. So
All
it's
right,
me.
well,
thank
away.
you for allowing me the opportunity. My name is Anna Duplicki, and I'm a resident of 1078 Buckeye Road in Foots Bay. My husband and I moved here in 2020 with our 3-year-old daughter, and our home was sold during a divorce, and it was split in half. And we had never intended on having, sorry, I think I have a double, sorry, I'm just gonna turn off my phone. There. Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was connected during my AirPods, so I was getting feedback. Anyway, so we never expected to be short-term rental hosts at all. But my sister-in-law works for Airbnb, and she said, you know, you've got this great space. It's a nice way to kind of share it with families. And that's how we ended up, you know, getting into hosting. For us, it's been a fantastic experience. We've met so many families, and typically we only rent to families because we are on site. So the odd time that we get a booking request and we go out of our way to remind them, hey, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we do live on site. And as soon as they hear that, you know, if there's any kind of, I guess, plans outside of a regular trip, they quickly say we're not interested and off they go. So my first comment would be that, you know, in Kawartha, they went through a recent kind of bylaw process, and they've made on-site host residences an Airbnb. I'm sorry, a bread and breakfast. So that essentially, you know, because we're here, we're enforcing, we're making sure, and I would argue that all hosts, even the ones that are off-site, you know, nobody wants parties at their property. We're all dedicated to doing our best. So one thing I'd like to say is that I think you should be speaking before your next meeting to the booking agencies. I am close to Airbnb, as I've said. They've stated to me that they have relations officials that they can get in touch with your council. They can offer model variances. They can offer support in enforcing some of the objectives you have, give you some ideas. And when you have those booking apps on side with your objectives, I think you will have much more success enforcing. I do agree with past comments that say that until there's a reason to enforce, I don't think you should get involved. And the reason for that is my life is a case study on this. I work in the security industry. I own a guard agency. And I've spent the last 25 years advocating for licensing in the security industry, but also advocating against very stringent bylaws that police agencies are putting forward to try to tackle false alarms. So it's a similar concept. We have a ton of false alarms coming out of alarm systems, and the police departments are getting sent everywhere. There's a big issue and they don't want to go. So each police department started to tackle that differently, one with fines, one with enforcement. Before we even got through the model ordinance, we'd already be putting alarm coordinators in place, and all of that management, you know, never turned out to be within the budget that was allocated. So the next year now, you know, the person costs more. You need to spend more to keep this program going. The results are not there. We still have 20 years later. I'm not kidding you. I sit on the Canadian Alarm Association board of directors, and we've worked with the government, we've worked with police agencies. We still have a 98% false alarm rate. That has not changed. And there are companies with deep pockets. And so what I'm saying, what I've observed across Canada, whenever police departments put in place an ordinance that focused on going after the offenders and rewarding those that are following, you know, proper hosting rules. Like, you know, Airbnb said that they would happily do an Earth Day. All of their hosts, now that we've brought their attention to this matter, are talking about putting a Earth Day together and getting together to clean the community up. So I think, you know, if we engage hosts and we work together, we can do even more for Muskoka Lakes and drive business here and make this a place where families can come. Because my guests, you know, they usually have an infant, maybe a small dog. You know, we're not going to let 4 dogs into our property, and I'd be surprised if many homeowners would. You know, maybe that happens sometimes, but in general, we care about our property. We want to be able to rent it up. We don't want to incur costs to fix it. So, you know, we're all working to achieve that. And these infants, little babies, they wouldn't get a chance to come out to Muskoka to stay 7 days with an infant out here and not your own home. It's not achievable. And it's really not allowing people to discover Muskoka, which is the slogan for Muskoka Lake. So that, I think, is something that has to be said. Secondly, just very quickly, after hearing about this, my husband and I actually started to think about selling our home. We were fortunate enough when we moved here, we didn't need to rent. But now with mortgage rates and everything changing, you know, we kind of have come to depend on this income. And so there are only 2 options now, are either to sell the home or to get a full-time renter. We went as far as having someone here taking photos, and I want to cry.
You are coming up in your 5 minutes.
But, you know, and then we ended up saying, go away, we're not going to sell it, and we'll just take a full-time renter. But I would argue, and the reason we don't want a full-time renter is because there are so many laws and restrictions on getting that renter out if they start to not behave properly, or if they start to cause problems on the property, and they have to have access to our
Anna, you're now past your 5.
my short-term rental guests to say,
Past your
sorry,
5
fire van,
minutes.
you can't touch my fire pit, and we manage that. If I get a renter down
Did
there,
you hear me?
I lose all of that control. They are
Sorry, Anna, I had to cut you off because you were quite.
sorry, I think I got muted.
Past.
I would argue that a lot of these cottages are
No, hold on, no. Anna, can you hear me? I guess she can't hear me. All right. Thank you for your input, I guess is what I will say.
But you did get over your 5 minutes. Do we have one more, maybe two more? One? We're down to our last Zoom presenter.
Mr. Pink.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you for taking me.
Certainly not last, but not least.
I'm not surprised.
But you get the same rules, 5 minutes and your name, address, and your relationship with short-term rentals.
Thank
And
you.
off
My
you
name
go.
is Todd Perry. We have a cottage at 2487 Falkingburg Road, and I'm beside an Airbnb. I'm ecstatic that these new laws are hopefully going into place. I think Laura had summed up a lot of the problems that we've been having with from dogs to parties to lack of bylaw coming out, no fines being laid. And it's just, I have to police the property myself. I think I need help. I think other people need to be helped. I also think that all these people that are coming on advocating for their own rentals and companies, I highly doubt that they've never had any issues with their Airbnbs or rental properties. I look forward to having these properties controlled somewhat. Right now, I think it's the Wild West. It's turning into commercial properties that were once residential. You look at 3 Mile Lake, I bet you, a third of the properties on there are close to that are now Airbnbs. There's another woman that I'm in touch with from 3 Mile Lake. Unfortunately, she's out of the country right now, or else she would be speaking up as well. I find that, the problems that we've been having for a lot longer than just COVID, and the high prices of your taxes and your property rentals. I just think something needs to be done and something needs to govern over these Airbnbs. So people like myself and Laura and then other people from 3 Mile Lake, that we have the right to use our cottage as well. And to be able to have it for half the summer without parties beside me, I'm ecstatic. That would be great. And I just like the fact that I was able to speak here and you'll hear the other side of the story and not just be a one-sided story today.
Thank you very much. But I'm sad to say you're not last but not least, because there's one more to go. Hand has gone up, and so we will. Yes, she told us so. All right. Thank you very much, and we will let the next Zoom presenter in.
Sorry, everybody.
afternoon.
I missed pushing the hand up button. Hello, Jason Sift, 1080 Woodruff Road, MacTier, Lake Joseph, POC 1HO.
Welcome, Mr. Sift.
At the beginning of this process, I'm sorry, yes?
No, go ahead. I said, welcome, Mr. Sift.
Thank you. I personally own a rental cottage. I also live on the lake, so I kind of see both sides of this as well. At the beginning of this process, I chose to stay a bit more quiet. I felt the township was setting out to, solve some problems that we definitely see have been out there over the years. Although I think it's a small number of issues that have been happening. There has been some, and they need to be addressed in a way that works well for everybody. But after I read this bylaw, I decided it was time that I needed to jump in and give my opinion. To be quite frank, it's been made so complicated and onerous, from how do you get your license to how you maintain it. It makes me ask myself a couple questions. First, does this township actually want short-term rentals? Or do they want to make it so difficult that everyone chooses to stop renting? I think you've heard some of that today, just hearing some people say that they will stop renting or change to long-term rentals. The second question I ask is, does the township actually want to be the facilitators of this program? Do they understand what they're getting us, the taxpayers, into? Right now, we have nothing. So some rules around rentals that enforce respecting your neighbors and protecting our environment are good things to have. I could be convinced that some kinds of licensing system, rules around lengths of stay, not too many people to overpower the infrastructure, a code of conduct for renters, etc. My issues lie in the process outlined in the bylaw to get the license, maintain it, and all the red tape this creates. Let's keep it simple. This is not simple. I'm not going to go really long today. I have a longer submission, which I've sent to everybody. You guys got last night. So I think you can see lots of my points in there. Lots of those points have already been made today. I go granular through various areas of the bylaw. I don't think the demerit point system makes any sense. I think we start with fines and start simple and see how that goes and how it improves some of our bad actors that we're having. And then I've got a series of questions that I've posed to you guys to be part of this. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. And we did get your thoughtful letter, and thank you for that. And I'm sure we will take it into serious consideration. Any questions from our committee? None whatsoever. All right. Dare I ask, do we have anybody left?
Oh, yes, we do.
Right?
We have finishes more than National.
We have one more person, I think, or we have another person to speak. If you could bring them in, please.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you turn on your video?
I've been trying to. I apologize. It's not going through at the moment, but as long as you can hear me, I hope I can still get my point.
Yep, fine. We've done that quite a bit today.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Council. My name's Carl Diager. I also live at 1078 Buckeye Road. My wife was just on. I wasn't actually going to come on until hearing Todd speak as well. And I heard Todd speak at the previous July meeting that we had. And I do feel for other owners that have had absolutely horrible experiences with short-term rentals. Me, myself personally, we're hosting our place. Like she said, we've never had any issues, and I'm hearing from multiple places. And I'm guessing you can go onto Airbnb and Vrbo and check reviews and see that there are, of the 800 rentals, a vast majority of them are most likely, especially with only having 23 complaints, I believe, over the year, vast majority of them are never having issues. So my concern is that there are all these bylaws for noise, for dogs, for garbage.
Excuse me, sir. Are you on? Yep. Excuse me. Are you on a speakerphone or using?
No, I have my earphones on, headphones. Can you hear me?
It's breaking up. It's very hard. If you could perhaps just go straight to your phone, that might be clearer for us.
Okay, no, it just might be the area I'm in right now.
That's better.
There we go. Much better.
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, like I was saying, basically just mainly my summation is that I do feel for all these people that are having absolutely horrible experiences, and I don't want those horrible experiences either. Muskoka, I've grown to be as my home, and I'm really hoping that I retire here and will never leave because I absolutely love this place, and I don't want the parties and the destroying and all of that. But the thing that I'm going to bring up, and I hate to beat the dead horse on, but we have all these bylaws already in place. Why are they not getting enforced? Why is the noise bylaw that starts at 11 p.m. being enforced by bylaw officers that aren't even on duty? Is there any way we can enforce a on-call program where the schedule changes, that there are bylaw officers that'll get paid per incident instead of hourly, so that, and I'm sure if you reached out to even Airbnb hosts, that we would have a community of people that would graciously be able to get rid of all of this, to deter all of these licensing fees and all of this extra bylaw and bureaucracy to help everybody else and to do it up. Like, do we not have these laws in place already that should be deterring this? And is this going to stop private homeowners and their families Our private homeowners are only allowed to have their families on site 50% of the year? Are they only supposed to be able to use their cottage for 50% of the time? Can they only stay up for a week at a time? Or are you going to restrict private homeowners from only coming up to the cottage on the weekends when they're able to? It just seems extremely discriminatory to a very small amount of people who, on a vast majority, as we can see by how many rentals there are in the area and how many complaints there are, we're all doing what we're supposed to keep this place better, and we're going to end up paying for it. That's all I got. Any questions?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Committee, any questions? None. Let me ask, is there anybody in the room who still wants to speak? Very well. Online? None. Before I read this resolution, I would just like to say a big thank you to the many people. No, I haven't been counting, but somebody has. But this has been clearly been a very important meeting to have. I can speak on my behalf, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm speaking on the rest of council members that we are delighted at the thoughtful amount of input that we have got today. And staff, I know, have been listening and studiously taking notes. And of course, we had the recording to go back on. So a big thank you to the community. There are some major themes running through what we've heard today that we will be surely paying very close attention to. And I can tell you this council will take them all very seriously and try to do our very best to come up with a solution that is the best for our township, that is very clear that everybody here loves very much, including the people around this table. So let me end with that. But before we get out of here, I have to do something formal. And I have two. All right. Actually, I have two formal things to do. Moved by Councillor Edwards. No, Councillor. And we don't have that. Councillor Burry. And Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that staff undertake a review and analysis of submissions on the draft short-term rental accommodation licensing bylaw dated February the 13th, 2023, and a revised draft licensing bylaw be brought back for committee consideration. Committee, any discussion on that? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Given the amount of information we have received today, given what we've heard before, I think that we need not to come back with a staff report on a recommendation, but more we should have some open dialogue on what we've heard and maybe craft something different. Because I, for one, have heard a lot today. And I know I have a lot of different feelings on something, and I would rather have something like that. I would also just suggest this looks like a good opportunity for one of our advisory boards that we have introduced there a few months ago, but we've never had one. I mean, you've got passionate input from all sides, and I think maybe we need an advisory committee to sit down and study this. That's my input. So I would be very hesitant to support the resolution as written. Thank you.
Committee. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I with respect, Councillor Roberts, I think the best step. I count 48 people spoke today. I tried to keep notes, but I'm sure I missed more than I got. I understand there may be as many as another 130 other submissions that have come in. Submissions are welcome until the end of the month, 26th, I think it is, of February. I think to having meaningful dialogue, we're going to have a summary pulled together of all that material. If we decide from there to refer it to some sort of working group or whatever, I think that's a good idea. But to gather this information and have a meaningful conversation around it in a month, I think we're going to have some structure to it. I think the review is important.
Actually, this the resolution said it comes back with the revised draft licensing bylaw. And I think what Councillor Roberts is suggesting is that before the bylaw comes back, we have a review. Is that what you were suggesting, Mayor Kelly?
Excuse me, through you, I thought he was suggesting, and maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought Councillor Roberts was suggesting that we skip the summary of all of the material and jump right into a discussion. I may have, no.
Councillor
okay.
Roberts, can you clarify
Then
what
I
you
was
were
just
thinking there?
coming here to tell you I agree with Councillor Roberts.
Yes, yeah, no, yeah. I just think,
Councillor Roberts, can you?
yes.
Yeah, I think you had two suggestions there.
Yes.
Sorry, listen carefully.
Okay, I think that we should take a pause and get, have a discussion amongst us, of the review that we've heard before we ask staff to come back with a resolution or a new draft. And then I propose that we maybe could consider an advisory board, but that's a thought for another day. My main point, let's review what we have before we go writing another draft.
Committee, how do we feel about that? Councillor Burry?
Well, even in the time, thank you, and through you, even in the time that the mayor was succinct in his comments, we received 7 more email messages. You know, clearly a hot button, and you know, I'd personally like to get a feel for where the key messages are. You know, I'm hearing a bunch of stuff around. We don't need another bylaw that we're not going to enforce. We need to enforce bylaws. You know, so we've talked a lot about the sledgehammer on a finishing nail. It would be really nice if, as a council, with staff, we could have a conversation around the kinds of decisions we're going to need to make, so that we can actually get to the intended consequence of this.
All right. So then, Mr. Pink, were you going to make a suggestion?
Thank you. Through you, I can, if that helps. I didn't want to interrupt you if you.
Well, let me try it. See if we were going to say the same thing, because we do that sometimes. So I would suggest, it seems to me, I think that's a very reasonable proposal. And I think that we should probably adjust the resolution to say that rather than coming back with a revised draft bylaw, we ask staff to come back with a summarization and bring it back to committee for further discussion. And then we would give direction on how to proceed with the draft bylaw. Did I take the words out of your mouth, Director Pink?
Perfectly.
All right. So let's take Mayor Hammond. I'm sorry, CEO Hammond.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I didn't mean to frighten you.
I think in addition to a summary of the sort of themes of commentary that we heard today, I appreciate that members of committee may not want to see a draft bylaw brought forward at this early juncture, but I would suggest that summary be included with recommendations from staff with respect to how to proceed in those various topic areas that are identified. Thank you.
That's a all right. Do we want to take a 5-minute break while Director Pink does this, so we can just take a 5-minute break?
Chair,
Or 7. Let's make it 7.
Chair, Councillor Kent.
Councillor Kent, thank you.
I just had one comment. It was my understanding that we're not going to be implementing this for this summer anyway. We're going to run out of time. So therefore, I support taking our time in reviewing the incredible extent of submissions that we received today, talking through them, agreeing on what's really important and what's not, and stepping back from where we are in a proper process. I'm not in any rush to see another draft of a bylaw before we talk about the key points. Anyway, unless I'm mistaken, it is not our intention to implement this summer. It may be implemented in the fall. Is that right?
I don't think we've had that determination yet.
I thought at the last meeting they said it was too late to make it for this year, even if we wanted to. I mean, so maybe I was confused. I'm just asking a question.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, just to clarify that comment, I believe at the October meeting, it was noted that if a bylaw was passed in the middle of the summer, it really wouldn't do much purpose because many of the rentals are probably already booked for this coming season. So It would frankly really screw up a lot of things in the middle of the summer of 2024. And I believe staff at the October meeting did recommend that even if a bylaw is passed, say July or August of this year, the implementation wouldn't start until January 1st, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. You make it quickly? It's up to you. All right, hands up who needs a 5-minute break. All right.
See you.
David,
Rules.
right fast. It'll be another minute too while Director Pink just revises this. We will have it. You know. You're neat and tidy. All right.
What's the thing?
Recommendation of provincial
Can you
versus
state
to
that
the.
The resolution be substituted to state that, because we've already, that means we have to substitute it with a new one.
Do we have to write that in?
Yeah, I can do it after, but you need to just state it. There.
For those in the room, we won't be discussing anything anymore. You don't have to stay and go through or listen through this, procedure for closing up the meeting. But again, thank you all for coming and enjoy the sun.
Thank you.
Okay, we almost got this resolution. If we could have the councilors back. No.
Don't worry about the back. Yeah.
All right, we're back. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that resolution substituted to state that staff undertake a review and analysis of submissions on the short-term rental accommodations licensing bylaw dated February the 13th, 2024, and recommendation on potential revisions to the draft licensing bylaw be brought back for committee's consideration. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. All right, here we go. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be resolved that special planning committee meeting adjourn at 2:55 p.m. and that the next regular planning committee meeting be held on Thursday, February the 15th. At 9 a.m.
held as an electronically and in-person hybrid from the council chambers municipality offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling. Any discussion? All those in favor?